Good morning and a very warm welcome back to Oslo. It is the final day of action on the Norway leg of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour season. Pro Tour 10 today. And following the action today, there will just be two more events, one more weekend of action to come on the Pro Tour this year before we find out the two players that will qualify for the PDC World Darts Championship via the rankings and also the top 24 players that will be heading to Denmark for the Nordic and Baltic Championship at the end of the season. I'm Alex Moss, delighted to be in your company once again for the Pro Tour today. Yesterday in Pro Tour 9, we saw Denmark's Benjamin Drew Royce in his first appearance on the tour since July of last year go all the way and win the title, his second ever title on this tour, first since July of 2023. And that title has catapulted him into the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship spots. Carl Johansson, the player that has dropped out of the top 24 yesterday. Benjamin in that final beat the reigning Nordic and Baltic champion Teemu Harju 6-4. For Teemu, not just a first final of the season, but also a first semi-final. A really good run from the Finn yesterday. He's up to 11th now on the rankings. We get the action underway on the live stream. First round action here between Norway's Christian Johansson and Denmark's Jakob Skovgaard. As with all these matches, from the first round right through to the final, the best of 11 legs, a race to 6. Christian winning the ball, he gets us underway here. As you can see in the background, plenty of matches going on the outside boards. If you want to follow along with all the other matches, they are available on Dartsconnect, tv.dartsconnect.com. You can follow every match across all the boards, score for score, along with the matches here on the live stream as well. We are still in the early stages of this one. I'll give a mention to the race World Championship. It's as you were really in terms of who's occupying those top two spots. Cord Decker and Daniel Larsson, the number 1 and number 2. Larsson's run to the semi-finals yesterday has seen him close the gap on Decker to €200. And had he have beaten Teemu Harju in that semi-final yesterday, he would have gone top of the rankings. He would have gone into number 1. Cord Decker and the number 3, Yanni Avisto, both exiting in the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 9 yesterday. So for Avisto, that gap to the top 2, the Ali Pali spots, has increased a little bit for him to €500, but still well in the mix. And it does feel like it is a 3-player race now for those top 2 spots, as Johansson with a good setup shot there to leave 50 when he comes back for this opening leg. Lex for the single 10 to leave tops. And that is a wayward effort there. Going to have to go a different route now. Leaves double 16 when he comes back, and he will get a go at it. That will do. Second arc finds the target for Christian Johansson. Takes the opening leg. It's the first time we've seen both these players on the Pro Tour stream this weekend, and on the outside boards, Jakob Skovgaard definitely made a name for himself yesterday, knocking out Darius Labanauskas 6-2 in the last 64 and came very close to knocking out the eventual champion as well, Benjamin Drew Royce. Those two met in the last 16, and Jakob missing a handful of darts to win the match in the decider. His compatriot then went on to win the title. For that run, the best for Jakob Skovgaard so far on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Good leg this for the Dane. Down to a finish after 12 darts. Much like the first leg, this looks to be a comfortable holder throw. Skovgaard tees up 32 when he comes back. That will do nicely. Comfortable holder throw for Jakob Skovgaard there. This is just the second weekend that we've seen Skovgaard play on the Nordic and Baltic Tour this year. He did play the opening weekend of the season in Riga back in February. He won his first game on both days. Went out in the last 64 and last 32. Away from the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, he has been playing other events, and including the Nordic Cup fairly recently. As for his opponent, Christian Johansson, this is his third weekend playing on the tour this year. Has had previous experience playing on this circuit. In terms of his results so far this year, 3 last 32s in events 1, 7 and 8, his best effort so far. Looks to be an inviting chance here for Jakob Skovgaard to get the first breaker throw. Skovgaard leaves the big fish. Could see some big checkouts on the stream yesterday. Not seen the 170 yet though. It's not going to go on this occasion, and Johansson, the last couple of visits, got himself back into the leg, and Skovgaard has left 36, so this, you feel, has got to go for Johansson. A look to the heavens there. That first dart was perfect in the treble 20. Gave him 2 darts at the double. He's going to get another go. Skovgaard fluffs his lines. Perfect set-up shot the previous visit. He's not punished his opponent. Hansen, can you give him another go? Well, that is interesting. 3-3-3. You don't see that very often. He takes it out. probably say that's the little Richard Ashdown route for 9. He likes a double 3, his favourite double. Skolgard cleans it up, gets the first breaker throw in this match, takes the lead as well. In terms of the standard this weekend, we've got to give a mention to Yanni Havisto, who posted a 103.16 average in his last 32 game yesterday, which is the 4th highest recorded average in the history of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. It is the 5th highest of all time as well, when you factor in other events like the Nordic and Baltic Championship. So a very impressive performance from him yesterday. And all the big hitters will be in action again today. Many of them obviously seeded for this event, so they're straight through to the last 64. Yesterday's runner-up, Teemu Harju, will take on Norway's Eamon Hamid in the last 64. Benjamin Drew Royce not seeded yet after his title yesterday, and he's got a very tricky opener against his fellow Dane Andreas Toft Jørgensen in the last 64. Plenty of time here for Skolgard to double his lead here, despite that couple of slack scoring visits in between some big efforts. Johansson not down to a finish yet. He certainly will be now. He fires in the first 180 of the match. Right back in the leg here. Skolgard wants double 16. 2 darts missed at the double. Johansson has given himself a chance here to get that break straight back with that 180. It will be tops. Goes high off the target. Surely now Jakob Skolgard is going to punish his opponent here. He doesn't. Johansson getting another look at tops to level this game again. Going round the houses. Skolgard has been led off there, led off the hook. He finally gets over the line. The longest leg of the match so far, a 27 darter. Both players missing a bunch of doubles in that leg, but Skolgard has taken it. A 3-1 lead for the Dane here. The winner of this match will play Denmark's Tom Vyer in the last 64. We do have a field of 75 players today in Oslo for this final Pro Tour event of the weekend. Following Pro Tour 9 yesterday, we did have that final European Tour qualifier later on in the day for the Dutch Darts Championship, and we saw Jonas Masselin come through that qualifier to book his 3rd appearance on the Euro Tour this year. He defeated fellow Finn Teemu Harju 6-4 in that final. In the semi-finals, we did see a rematch of the Pro Tour 9 final from earlier on in the day, and Harju getting a little bit of revenge, beating Benjamin Drew Royce 6-4 before falling short of qualifying. Neither of these two players were involved in the Euro Tour qualifiers. They're fully focused on the Pro Tour events this weekend. In terms of their current position in the rankings heading into today, both level on prize money with €300 to their name each. Skolgard sitting in 40th spot. Johansson a few places below him, 44th, but both of them will need to make a big run either today or in the final weekend in Tallinn at the end of September if they are to crack that top 24, get into the Nordic and Baltic Championship at the end of the season. Johansson's throw once again under real threat here. Skolgard has got 6 darts minimum to take out this 92. More missed doubles, but he is going to get more chances in this leg. Johansson finally finds a big treble at the 7th visit. Skolgard missing another handful at the double. Johansson, this would be the biggest finish of the match so far. Feel like it's got to go. It's not going to. Skolgard with another 3 darts to break the Johansson throw, and he does it at the first time of asking this time. That is 4 legs on the spin for the Dane. The man who knocked out Darius Labanauskas yesterday. Now just a couple of legs away from getting his Pro Tour 10 campaign up and running today. Speaking of Darius Labanauskas, he is currently warming up on the outside boards, about to get underway against Norway's Roy Rustad. The first round results coming in already on the outside boards. Decker, the number 1 seed, about to get underway as well. May only be a couple of points difference in the averages here, but Skolgard has, for the most part, been the better scorer in this match as he piles in a 140 there. He's been afforded plenty of chances, and well, it looks like Christian Johansson has had enough. That's the end of that one. Did not expect that to happen, but Christian Johansson 4-1 down. He's decided to give the game up to his opponent. Jakob Skolgard has gladly taken it. He was 4-1 up and looking good to hold his throw there, but that is the end of that one. Jakob Skolgard moves into the last 64 here in Pro Tour 10 in unexpected circumstances. He was on the way to a It looked like a comfortable victory, but he is through as a walkover winner now. He will take on Tom Via in the next round. More action to come on the live stream very soon. Hopefully with our first completed match. We'll see you again in a few minutes' time. Welcome back to Oslo, Pro Tour 10 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And a little bit earlier than expected, we are moving into second round action here. We get to see the number 2 seed, Daniel Larsson, get his campaign underway. Semi-finalist yesterday, losing out to Teemu Harju in the last 4. Goes up against Denmark's Tommy Benfin here. We were following our coverage for the last match. We did have the first round game between Christian Johansson and Jakob Skorgaard, and Johansson forfeiting the match from 4-1 down, told it was a shoulder injury that made him forfeit the game. We do wish him well. It's Skorgaard that moves into the last 64, and Daniel Larsson will be a heavy favourite to come through this one. He's had a very consistent year so far on the tour, winning Pro Tour 8, making the final of Pro Tour 7, and yesterday was his 6th semi-final of the season out of 9 events. Just missing the double 14 for a 96 finish in the opening leg there. Comes back to clean up this first leg. Only needs the 1 dart. Talk about Daniel Larsson's consistency on the tour. His earliest exit so far in the Pro Tour this year was in the last 16 a couple of times. So these early rounds, he has negotiated them very well so far this year. He has cashed in at all of the Pro Tour events so far. You can see to his right there, the man currently top of the rankings on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, Kordeka. Currently 1 leg apiece with Lena Christensen in his last 64 match. We do have the number 3 seed, Yanni Avisto, also in action on the outside boards. He's just lost the opening leg to Lithuania's Mindaugas Brauskas. So all of the top 3 currently in action. Larsson down to a finish after 9 darts here. His opponent not quite in finishing range yet. Not sure whether Larsson would have gone for the ball there if he had of it the treble 19 second dart, but again, good set-up shot to leave double 14 for a 2-0 lead. Larsson does take that 2-0 lead, the first breaker throw. 15 dart break for the number 2. Yesterday we saw Daniel have a great run, as I mentioned, to the semi-finals of Pro Tour 9. A couple of whitewash wins in there, including against last year's runner-up in the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship, Edwin Torbjörnsson, in the last 16. Also got past Johan Engstrom 6-3. The semi-final with Teemu Harju won the first two legs to take a 2-0 lead like he has in this game. Teemu then won the next two. Larsen with a 13 darter put him 3-2 ahead, but after that Teemu won the next four legs to come through, and it really was that sixth leg that ended up being the leg that swung the game, because Larsen did miss a handful of darts for a 4-2 lead and to get a breaker throw, and Harju didn't look back after that. It could well be an important result come the end of the season, because the victory for Larsen in that semi-final yesterday would have put him at the top of the rankings. He would have gone above Kordecker, who has been top for pretty much the whole season. Won Pro Tour 1 at the start of the year, and he's been at the summit ever since. The semi-final, it has edged Larsen a little bit closer to that return to Ali Pali. Started off the weekend with a €300 buffer on the top two spots. That at the start of play today is now up to €500. Larsen looking good here to hold his serve and take a 3-0 lead. He does just that. Clinical from the Swede. Tommy Benfin has not really got a look in so far in this one. There's a big gulf in the averages. The Dane had a brutal draw yesterday in Pro Tour 9. Being paired up with Yanni Avisto, and he was whitewashed 6-0. He may be fearing a similar fate here, having gone 3-0 down. A good leg this one for Benfin. Should get a chance at a checkout. Well, I say that as Daniel Larsen fires in his first 180 of the game to leave a finish. Puts the pressure right back on his opponent here. Troublous visit there. Means Larsen will be favourite. Doesn't quite take out the 1-2-7 and game. He's going to get another go at that 25 to take a 4-0 lead and a double breaker throw here. Benfin leaves tops. He's going to get a chance at it. Larsen missing a couple of darts at double. Benfin can't take his chance. First look at a double in this game was in the fourth leg. Larsen is going to give him another handful of darts here to get off the mark. Both on double one. Well, I don't know how many visits we'll give them each, but I think it'll be a few more before we say go for the ball. Then Finn busts his score. Larson to finally get this fourth leg in his back pocket in the madhouse. And he finally gets it done. Tommy Benfin, plenty of chances to get off the mark in that leg. Didn't take them. They both ended up on double one. But it's Daniel Larson that gets it. Four 0 to the number 2 seed. The outside boards I mentioned. I've got Cordecker and Yanni Avisto in action. They're both embroiled in real battles at the moment. Decker leading Lena Christensen 3-2. Yanni Avisto leading by the same score against Mindaugas Barauskas. Darius Labanauskas looking to make up for yesterday's early exit. He currently leads Roy Rustad 5-0 as he looks to get his first win of the weekend. Larson teeing up tops there. Then Finn way back in this leg. Larson to go one away. There's a 5-0 lead for Daniel Larson. He's one away from a place in the last 32. Victory here would move him to within €100 of Cordecker at the top of the rankings. Cordecker currently in action on the outside boards. He's really being pushed by Lena Christensen. That one currently 3 legs apiece. Yanni Avisto has just gone 5-2 up on Mindaugas Brauskas. First player through to the last 32. It is Darius Labanauskas. Tommy Benfin needs a big visit here. Doesn't leave a finish. So Daniel Larsson, he knows he's got 6 starts minimum from 176 to wrap up a 6-0 win. You couldn't ask for a much better setup shot than that. Leaves tops. This may well be Tommy Benfin's last throw. Was beaten 6-0 by the number 3, Yanni Avisto, yesterday. It could be about to suffer the same fate against the number 2. Daniel Larsson marches on into the last 32 here of Pro Tour 10. Comprehensive 6-0 win against Denmark's Tommy Benfin. Fourth leg, the Dane had plenty of chances to get off the mark, didn't take them. And it is Daniel Larsson continues his push towards the World Championship. Beats Tommy Benfin 6-0, and he's into the 3rd round here in Oslo. Welcome back to Oslo, the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour 10. Second round action continuing here. Jonas Gravesen takes on Matthias Svensson for a spot in the last 32. A few moments ago, we did just see Daniel Larsson, the number 2 seed, kick off his campaign with a comfortable 6-0 win against Tommy Benfin. In the last few moments, we have seen the numbers 1 and 3 make it through to the last 32. Yanni Havisto beating Indalgus Brauskas 6-2. Cord Decker surviving a little bit of a scare, it's got to be said, beating Lena Christensen 6-3. That match was locked at 3 legs apiece before Decker reeled off the next 3 legs in 14, 17 and 15 to get over the line. So the top 3 are through to the last 32. It's as you were in terms of the race for the World Championship spots. Jonas Gravesen leaving a finish after 12 darts here in the opener. Svensson not down to a finish, so plenty of time here for Gravesen to get the first leg wrapped up. Loose last one there, not the best setup shot. Been a good 2026 so far for Gravesen, making a couple of semi-finals in Pro Tours 3 and 7. Almost taken out a 130 in the opener there. Jonas also making his debut for Denmark in the PDC World Cup of Darts in the summer, alongside Andreas Toft Jørgensen. The pair of them picking up a win together against India before going out to the Czech Republic. Gravesen takes that opening leg on throw. Gravesen starts the day 7th on the rankings on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Matthias Svensson a little further back in 46th spot. His best run of the season to date, a last 16 run back in Pro Tour 5. As far as this weekend so far, Jonas Gravesen made the last 16 in Pro Tour 9 yesterday. Picked up a couple of wins against his fellow Danes in Tom Vyer and Patrick Hansen before going out to the eventual finalist Teemu Harju. As for Matthias Svensson, we did see him on the stream yesterday, where he lost out 6-4 to Finland's Jani Laurila in the last 64, and it was a match which he really did have in the palm of his hand. He led that one 4-0 before losing the next 6 legs to bow out 6-4 at the first hurdle. So he'll be keen to make up for that today, but he has got his hands full against Jonas Gravesen. He's down to a finish first in this leg, though. Gravesen not piling in many big scores in this leg. Svensson was chasing the treble there. It looks like not going to get a dart at the ball for this 83. Gravison with an outside chance here to double his lead. He can take out the 1-2-1. Three darts missed for Matthias Svensson. Gravison, can he punish him? Just to move along the hockey, can he find a way through that second dart? No, he can't. And he's busted his score. He's ended up in the double 11 there. He's going to get another go at it. Svensson can't get this leg over the line. One dart, a double 16. And that is a 2-0 lead for Jonas Gravison. Doubles proving to be costly again for the Swede. And now he's had his throw broken. He's 2-0 down. Plenty of action going on the outside boards if you want to follow all the action. 8 boards are in operation here in Oslo, not just the streaming board. We have got 7 other boards. You can see plenty of players in action around these 2 as well in the background. We have got the top 5 seeds now through to the last 32. Oscar Lukasiak has beaten Bent Lambertson 6-3 on the outside boards. One other match to keep an eye on the outside boards. Jonas Masselin, the winner of yesterday's Euro Tour 15 qualifier, in a spot of bother here on the Pro Tour. 3-0 down to Denmark's Patrick Hansen. Gravison edging closer towards a 3-0 lead here. Big 18 for tops. Two darts missed, but it shouldn't prove too costly. Svensson not down to a finish just yet. Does leave the 138. Not going to get a go at it. Jonas Gravison extends his lead here. Not been his best performance so far, but he has been effective. Jonas Gravesen will be one of many debutants in the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship later this year. He is in that top 8 as things stand, but the top 24 players come the end of the season will be heading to Denmark for that season finale and to play for the Jan Hoffmann Trophy. A tournament this year, once again carrying a spot in the PDC World Darts Championship, and for the first time, the winner will also secure a spot in the Grand Slam of Darts. I understand there are more details coming soon for that tournament in terms of venue and format, so do keep an eye on the PDC Nordic and Baltic socials for that, coming very soon. Gravesen here has left 58 again. Doesn't convert, so Mattias Svensson to get his first leg on the board here. Doesn't find the double 16, so Jonas Gravesen for a double breaker throw. And that is a 4-0 lead for the Dane. Much like our last game, this one is proving to be very one-sided. Jonas Gravesen has a 4-0 lead, a double breaker throw to his name. It's an 8.9 point gap in the averages now. So he looks to join the rest of the big hitters in the last 32 of today's Pro Tour. We do have one more weekend of Pro Tour action to come at the end of September, 26th to the 27th, in Tallinn, Estonia, hosting a weekend of events. It has been a long weekend for these players, not just the Pro Tours yesterday and today. We've had those Euro Tour qualifiers for many of them as well. A pair of them on Friday and one yesterday evening as well. Svensson will be livid with himself there. He's not left the finish. Gravesen doesn't find the double 11, but he is going to come back to clean up and take a 5-0 lead. Should be single free. Well, hang on a second. Double 2 instead. Would have been exhibition stuff. We've already seen 9 taken out, 3 double 3. We almost saw 11 taken out, double 3, 1 double 2. But this time double 2 for a 5-0 lead for Jonas Gravesen. Now upstairs to double 1, doesn't take it, and see the frustration on his face there. Doesn't want to give his opponent too many chances to get things going. Benson doesn't come close. Either does Gravesen. And Mattias Svensson get his first leg in this match. Well, that is some way off. He's going to have to use a dart to get down to a double again, and it will be double 4. Both players down to double 2. Gravison back in the madhouse again. And this time, he finds what he's looking for. Jonas Gravison, one leg away from a place in the last 32. And a real grind this match for him. Averaging in the mid-60s. His opponent averaging just into the 60s. It's not been a match of real quality. Jonas Gravison, he won't mind too much if he's the first player to get to 6 legs, which looks like he will be doing very shortly. Yesterday, as I mentioned, Matthias Svensson, he was 4-0 up against Jani Lohila. Lost the next 6 legs. If he could somehow be on the other side of that, now is the time to do it. He's going to have to reel off 6 straight legs to come through this one. And that will include breaking the Jonas Gravison throw 3 times as well. It's a tall order. The first task is to hold his throw here. Gravison comes for cover, finds one big treble. May only be a couple of visits away from getting this match done and dusted. And moving on to the next round. Ton for Svensson. Gets him down to a finish. Gravison joins him, a 140. Leaves himself a 2-figure finish. This for a place in the last 32. Going to be one dart at 32. Goes on the outside. Svensson to stay in it. Again, we saw that earlier on today. Missing the big number. Let's get a shot at the ball. And Gravison now 3 match darts at double 16. Matthias Svensson is still in it. He survived 4 match starts in this leg. He can't find the lesser spotted double 17. More mismatched darts for Jonas Gravison. They're racking up in this leg. 7 of them so far. Svensson persisting with that double 17. He can't find it. So Jonas Gravison to get over the line on double 1. He's gone inside. Svensson got to split this 17. Big 1 for double 8. And finally, Matthias Svensson has his first leg of the match. It's a 32 dart holder throw. If you'd have told him at the start of that leg, you're going to get 11 visits to the board. He would not have expected it at all. He would have thought he would have been heading home, a 6-0 defeat. But he does stay into it. He knows he can't afford to have many more legs like that. Going to have to find a bit of quality here. After missing 8 match starts, Jonas Gravesen looks to have put that disappointment behind him. Back-to-back tons on throw to get this 7th leg of the match underway. Another ton for Gravesen. Already a big lead in this 7th leg. I am told our next match on the live stream, this will be one to savour. Andreas Toft Jørgensen, the 14th seed today, going up against yesterday's Pro Tour 9 champion, Benjamin Drew Royce. That match coming up next. Royce looks to do the double here in Oslo. Gravesen leaves 32. Missed a few darts at this double in the last leg to win it 6-0. He's going to get a few more now. He only needs one this time. Jonas Gravesen marches on into the last 32. It's a match that he won't want to remember too much. Both players averaging way below what we know they can produce, but it is Jonas Gravesen, a 2-time semi-finalist on the tour this year. He's into the last 32. Coming up next, I just mentioned it a moment ago, we are going to see Andreas Toft Jørgensen go up against yesterday's Pro Tour 9 champion, Benjamin Drew Royce, a matchup of the Danes coming up in a few moments' time. Welcome back to Oslo. The action coming thick and fast here. We are continuing in the second round. The last 64. A matchup between Andreas Toft Jørgensen and Benjamin Drew Royce, two Danes that have won titles on this tour before. Jørgensen winning his first title in 2021. Royce fires in the first 180 of the game. Jørgensen also making a final in Vexi in Pro Tour 5 this year, but all the talk this weekend has been about this man on your screen right now, Benjamin Drew Royce. Yesterday was his first appearance on this tour since July last year. He went all the way and won the title. Talk about his run to the Pro Tour 9 title in a moment. And that was his second tournament win, following on from 3 years ago. Benjamin eyeing up tops for this opening leg. Double 10 will do, and that is the first leg on throw for Benjamin Drew Royce. Yesterday's run to the title here in Oslo. Well, when the draw came out, it was a matchup we were looking forward to, much like this one, going up against another Dane, Andreas Hallgårdhus, and he tore him apart, really, a 6-0 whitewash. Then got past Gianni Lorela 6-2. Jakob Skovgaard, who we've seen on this stream earlier today, survived some match starts to win that 1-6-5. Then defeated a pair of current PDC Tour card holders, Oskar Lukasiak 6-3 in the quarterfinals, followed by 6-4 win against Victor Tingstrom in the semi-finals. And that match, he did trail by 4 legs to nil, won the next 6 to come through, then came through a very close final against Teemu Harju 6-4 to pick up that title. It has moved him into the spots for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship, currently 18th on the live rankings. With today's event and 2 more still to come. So in a good position to qualify for that tournament for the first time. Jørgensen not going to take out the 104, so his throw is under threat here from Royce. Goes for the 14s route, double 10. And it's an aggressive route. We often see players go for the ball first on 82. Jørgensen missing 3 at double there. Royce hit this in the last leg. Now having to go upstairs for double 5. Is 2-0 lead for Benjamin Drew Royce. Jørgensen missed his chance. Royce steps in. This could well be going the same way as the matchup with Andreas Hallgårdhus yesterday. Andreas Toft Jørgensen currently 14th on the live rankings, and a lot of that down to that run to the final. As he hits his first 180 of the match against the throw. That run to the final of Pro Tour 5. Lost out 6-5 to Darius Labanauskas in that final, but in a good position to also qualify for the end of season finals. Since that run in Vexi, he did make the quarterfinals the next day, but it has been a series of early exits for him since then on the tour. Last 32 and last 64 in Gothenburg, and yesterday went out in the last 64 as well. This has been a good response in this leg. He's 139 after 9 darts. Royce leaves the 170. He's done pretty much everything so far this weekend. Can we get the big fish as well? That first start. Looks so inviting for a second one to follow it. Jorgensen wants double 10. He finds double 10. 15 dart breaker throw from Andreas Toft Jorgensen. Gets this match back on throw. I've seen firsthand Benjamin Drew Royce. He loves the big finishes. We partnered up in the Unicorn Pro-Am last year. He starts off the leg with a 180. And in the quarterfinals and semi-finals, I do recall Benjamin missing the double for some big finishes, a 144, a 156. He looks to pile in another one, just misses. Back-to-back 180s would have left him a shot at the 141. Perfect leg. We did see yesterday a couple of players threaten the 9-dart leg. Altus Meldris kicking off a leg with 2 maximums. Just after breaking back, Andreas Toft Jorgensen could about to see his throw be broken again here. Benjamin Drew Royce will come back with single to double to get that break to his name again and lead 3-1. No problems there. 14 dart breaker throw for Royce. He takes a 3-1 lead here. The outside boards, we have seen yesterday's Euro Tour qualifier winner, Jonas Maslin, fall at the first hurdle, a 6-3 defeat to Patrick Hansen. Victor Tingstrom, a beaten semi-finalist yesterday. Feels like he is closing in on that first title on this tour. He's had 3 semi-finals this year. He's currently 3-0 up in his opening game. Johan Engstrom also in action on the outside boards, along with another first-time title winner this year, Jonas Sorensen, going up against Alexander Thorvaldsen. Royce coming for cover, finds the treble 17 to leave a finish. He's got 6 darts if he needs them. Take another step towards potential title double here in Oslo. We've not seen a player do the clean sweep so far this season, win both Pro Tour titles on offer. Tops for Royce. And that is a 4-1 lead. The man in form right now, yesterday's title winner. Now 2 legs away from a place in the last 32 of today's Pro Tour. It may well be too late for Benjamin Drew Royce to make a late push for that top 2 in the rankings. May well just run out of events to play in. This is the first weekend we've seen him on the tour this year. The more prize money he can bank, the higher he can get in those rankings. It's going to help his cause for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship at the end of the year in terms of his seeding for that event. Wary to go back to back. So he fires in his third 180 of the match, were he to go back-to-back and win title again today, it would put him, you'd imagine, into that top 8. Jurgensen not happy with something in the background there. Well, he's not putting too much of a dent in that 1-3-2, but he has got time on his side in this leg. Jurgensen does get down to a finish. Royce, the first look at one here. Tees up double 18 when he comes back, unless this 120 goes. Just misses the tops for the 120. Royce cleans up again. Three legs on the spin. 5-1 lead, a double breaker throw for Benjamin Drew Royce, the former PDC tour card holder. Lost that tour card at the end of last season. Finished outside the top 64. He did have his moments on the tour. The last 32 of the UK Open a couple of years ago. Let's just questioning the scores there. I think we have them right now. Jurgensen with it all to do here. A long day of darts for Benjamin Drew Royce yesterday. He won the title in Pro Tour 9. He then got to the fight, the semi-finals of the Euro Tour qualifier. A lot of darts he played yesterday, but no real signs of fatigue here. Jurgensen to stay in the match. It's a big ask. Benjamin Drew Royce should get one match start minimum here. Get over the line and begin his bid for back-to-back titles. Goes high on tops. Jurgensen to stay in it. It's an interesting route. You perhaps miscount there, because it is double 9. It will do though. It's unorthodox, but he'll take it. That is a breaker throw for Andreas Toft Jurgensen. Do you perhaps think he had 64 or 68 left there? I'm not sure, but treble 16, double 9 for 66, not a route you often see. Jurgensen does get his second leg on the board here. Still a long way back. I can tell you a few more names that have made their way through to the last 32. Victor Tingstrom has averaged 90 in his first game today in a 6-0 win. Andreas Hall-Gordhus, who lost Benjamin Drew Royce in this round yesterday. He is into the last 32, a 6-1 winner. No real big casualties so far today. Did see Darius Labanauskas go out in the last 64 yesterday to Jakob Skovgaard. Andreas Harrison fell early on as well. This will be looking to finish this 2-1-6 in 2 visits if he can. Doesn't leave a finish from that visit. He'll be disappointed with that. Jurgensen. Ton gets him down to a 2-darter. Royce with a ton of his own. He's right behind him in this leg. Jurgensen missing 2 darts there. Let's get another leg on the board. Royce to get over the line. So the match dart missed at the ball. Jurgensen, that 9-9 has been a good friend to him in the last couple of legs. Back-to-back legs for Andreas Toft Jurgensen. From 5-1 down, he has closed the gap to 5-3. He's going to have to break the Benjamin Drew Royce throw again here in this leg. If he can do that, then this match suddenly will be back on throw. Not predicted that a few moments ago. Jurgensen looking behind him. He's been distracted once again, I'm not sure. There's a lot of action going on the boards around us as Royce fires in his 4th 180. He's on the cusp now. Should get 2 match darts at tops. Let's move into the last 32. And there it is. Benjamin Drew Royce, yesterday's winner on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. His dream return to this circuit after a year absence. He's begun his bid for back-to-back titles here in Oslo. He defeats his fellow countryman Andreas Toft Jurgensen by 6 legs to 3. He is into the last 32. More action to come here from Oslo. We'll see you again in a few minutes. Second round action continuing here in Oslo. We've got two of the home favourites here, two Norwegians going up against each other. Lars Erik Lindgren against Jack Marius Christensen. A few moments ago, we did see yesterday's winner, Benjamin Drew Royce, kick off his bid for back-to-back titles here in Oslo this weekend, defeating Andreas Toft Jørgensen by 6 legs to 3. We were following our coverage on the Pro Tour yesterday. We did kick things off with Lars Erik Lindgren. We defeated Michel Merlet 6-1. He then whitewashed Christian Snedden 6-0 before losing out 6-3 to the number 1 seed Core Decker in the last 32. As for Jack Marius Christensen, he was a 6-5 winner against Sebastian Karras in the last 64, before going out 6-2 to Valters Meldris in the last 32 yesterday. He has already been in action today. He has beaten his fellow countryman Jürgen Stiansveen 6-2 in the last 128. This is the first match of the day for Lars Erik Lindgren. An excellent set-up shot there from Christensen to the deep tops. Lindgren not going to take out the 138, so it is 3 darts at tops for Christensen for this opening leg. And that is an excellent start. 16 dart holder throw, that 145 setup shot to lead tops, pins it with the first dart. The winner of this will play the number 6 seed, the current PDC tour card holder, Victor Tingstrom, in the last 32. That draw bracket starting to take shape now for the third round here today in Oslo. Mentioned Benjamin Drew Royce already through. We've also got the number 3 seed Yanni Avisto, the number 7 seed who we saw earlier on, Jonas Gravesen, Daniel Larson as well, the number 2 seed, a comfortable winner earlier on. Darius Labanauskas, Cord Decker, a lot of the big hitters already into the last 32 today. As for these two players, they are pretty much neck and neck on the live rankings for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Both with €100 to their name. Not played on the tour this year until this weekend. With it being their home leg of the tour here in Norway. Decided to put their names into the hat. They've got a chance to add a bit of prize money to their tallies again today. The winner of this will pocket an extra €100 on their ranking. Christensen, some way back in this leg. Needs a big visit to keep him interested. One treble visit does leave him a finish, but Lindgren should get 2 darts at tops here. We have ourselves a level game after 2 legs. 2 Very comfortable hold to throw to get this one underway. Plenty of action on the outside boards as well. Jonas Sorensen, the winner of Pro Tour 3 earlier on in the year. He currently leads Iceland's Alexander Thorvaldsen by 4 legs to 2. A few other games about to get underway on the outside boards, including last year's number 1, Andreas Harrison, taking on Norway's Roy Arne Moen, and last year's runner-up in the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship, Edwin Torbjörnsson, going up against Anton Östlund in the last 64. We spoke about it yesterday. Edwin needs to put some results together if he is going to get into that tournament again this year. He's currently 28th on the rankings. The top 24 will qualify for that event. He has committed to the tour this year, played in all the events so far. His best run to date has been a couple of last 16s. Christensen with the bed and breakfast there, and it is punished by Lindgren. A ton gets him down to a big finish in this leg. This could be our first breaker throw in this match. Lindgren starting on the 19s. 2 trebles would have left him tops. Not a bad setup shot. Be single to double when he comes back. First 2 legs have been won in 6 visits. This could be another one here. First attempt at tops wasn't really much of a guide there for him. Lars-Erik will get 3 more darts to break the Christensen throw here. Double 10 is hit, and that is a 2-1 lead for Lars-Erik Lindgren. Back-to-back legs, the first breaker throw here. Interesting matches coming up in the last 32. You can see here the draw bracket if you want to have a look for yourselves. It is on Dartsconnect, tv.dartsconnect.com. You can follow the draw as it plays out. Jonas Graverson take on Ralf Slomanis. Oskar Lukasiak against Andreas Horgortus. 2 ties that jump off the page in the last 32 on the current look at the draw. Slomanis, someone that is eager to get himself into that PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship. He is currently €100 outside of the spots. So a win in that match could potentially get him into that top 24. These two players would more than likely need to get to the final or win the title to get into that top 24 today. Who knows, maybe a big run for either of them could persuade them to enter the final weekend in Tallinn at the end of September. He's tops for Lindgren. That is an excellent finish from Lars-Erik Lindgren. 112 checkout, 15 dart holder throw. He opens up a 2-leg cushion in this game. Looking good here, Lars-Erik Lindgren, averaging in the mid-80s. Certainly his best performance so far this weekend. Averaged 80 and 82 in the Euro Tour qualifier yesterday. In the Pro Tour event yesterday, averages of 75, 73 and 80. So currently the best he's produced so far this weekend in Oslo. Much better leg this one from Christensen, down to a finish after 9 darts. Switches with the last one. It's an excellent setup shot to leave double 12. Very good response from Christensen. Lindgren does get down to a finish, but Christensen 3 darts at double 12 to end this run of winning legs for his opponent. Well, that is disappointing for him. He ends up busting his score that second dart some way off the target. And Lars-Erik Lindgren almost producing a moment of magic there. The 164 misses the ball. Christensen finds the double 12. Does end up run of legs from Lars-Erik Lindgren. He'd won the last 3. Christensen holds his throw. Yeah, to survive a bit of a scare there. Lindgren missing the ball for a 164. It is just that one break of throw separating these two players. You can see from the background there, Jonas Sorensen, he has moved into the last 32. He has beaten Alexander Thorvaldsen 6-3. Petri Rasmus has put out Rikard Johansson 6-2. Mind if you want to follow all of the games on the outside boards, you want to see all the results from today and from the whole weekend, head on over to Dartsconnect. Rikard Johansson, he was the player that, unfortunately for him, dropped out of the provisional spots for the Jan Hoffman Trophy yesterday after Benjamin Drew Royce won the title. That defeat means he will have to put together some results in the last weekend in Estonia if he is going to make that tournament. Christensen Making a big push to try and get that breaker throw back here. A point ahead of Lynn Green, but it is Lynn Green with the first go at a checkout, or a slightly easier checkout. This is the tops. Christensen with a chance here to break back. Will be treble 18. Well, he decides to stay there. Fancied finding treble 20, would have left him double 13. Shrug of the shoulders there for Lars-Erik Lindgren. He can't believe he's not taking his chance there. 3 darts missed at tops, and Christensen looking at the same target. One above and one low. How costly is that going to be for him? Green does find the double 10 with his last dart. There's a bit of swaz on that last dart. Follow through, not quite the same as the first 2 darts, but it does find the double 10. And Lars-Erik Lindgren does open up that 2-leg lead again. He does lead 4-2, 2 legs away from a place in the 3rd round and a match up with Victor Tingstrom. And just having a word with the marker there. I think in terms of was there a score that was wrong perhaps? Yeah, just changing it. Very honest there. Christensen still a break behind in this match. The outside boards, Andreas Harrison 2 legs up against Roy Arne Moen, averaging 48 in that one. That has not been a classic so far. Legs 1 in 27 and 35 darts. It's more like one of my games, that. Anton Östlund currently leading Edwin Turbulence 2-1. These are all last 64 matches. Loose last one there from Christensen, who put together a couple of good visits there, the 125 and the 140. So he's built up a good lead in this leg. Not much coming back from Lars-Erik Lindgren in this leg. Getting closer to the double, it will be single to double when he comes back. It'll be 12 or 20. He's 12 for tops. Clinical from Jack Marius Christensen. Holds his throw, closes the gap to 1 leg again. He knows got to break Lars-Erik Lindgren here. Not much between the 2 players in terms of the averages, 81 to 80. Lars-Erik Lindgren with that breaker throw. In the 3rd leg has put him in control. Since then, they've all been holds of throw so far. Solid start to the leg for Lars-Erik Lindgren on throw, back-to-back tons, followed by a 140, and this was the leg where Jack Marius Christensen needed some of those big treble visits. Well, that is much more like it. Ton 40 of his own gives him a glimmer of hope of getting that break back in this leg. Lindgren not doing much there from 161. 140 here would be big for Christensen. He comes downstairs, an open target. Picks off one treble. He leaves a 130, not a bad leave. Two goes at that treble 20 if he can find one. With his first two darts, should get a dart at the ball. That looks perfect. Wow. Single would have left him a shot at the ball. He strayed into the single five, and that's just extra punishment there, isn't it? Hitting the ball with the last dart when he was going for 25. Jack is going to get a go at this 15 here. Lindgren misses tops. Big 7 for double 4. Double 2 is there, and you see the fist pump from Jack Marius Christensen. He knows how important that dart was from potentially going 5-3 down. He has got that breaker throw back. We have ourselves a level game. 4 legs apiece. He's now just a best of 3 for a place in the third round here of Pro Tour 10. The outside boards. Andreas Harrison now 4-0 up on Roy Arne Moen. Jakob Skovgaard, who we saw on the stream earlier today against Christian Johansson. He looks to be heading towards the last 32 as well. 5-2 up on Tom Via. Anton Östlund averaging 91. He leads Edwin Turbjörnsson 4-2. Those are some of the matches on the outside boards. Back-to-back legs for Christensen has put him back in control of this match. On throw again. He started this 9th leg pretty well. Some 40 for Lindgren. Makes up for the first 2 visits in the leg. The outer ball there, leaving the 170. Doesn't need to go for the ball, but if he gets the 2 trebles, he might have a look. And he's ended up leaving that 130 again, which he had in the last leg. Perfect first start in the treble, straight into the 5 with the second. What can he do with it this time? Well, first start, a bit of a blocker there. Does leave double 18. Lindgren looking at 2 treble 17s for tops. That was almost an excellent finish from Lars-Erik Lindgren. He's threatened to hit some big finishes in this match. He's had a 112. missed the ball for a 1-6-4. He's missed tops for a 1-4-2. Jack Marius Christensen has now gone in front for the first time since the opening leg. 3 legs on the spin for Christensen. From 4-2 down, he leads 5-4. Are we going to go all the way to a final leg shootout here? We've not had one so far today. Good visit there from Christensen, a 140. He'll want to get it done and dusted in this leg. He doesn't want to go to that final leg. He would have the throw if we do go that far. Back hitting that treble again. A lot to like about this cue action for Jack Marius Christensen. Back-to-back 140s. First time we've seen him on the tour this year is this weekend in Oslo. Giving a good account of himself. Loose last one, but he does get down to a finish. Lars Erik Lindgren comes back for one treble visit. Expect to come back and have a go at it unless Jack Marius Christensen can pull out the showstopper and win it in style. Not going to happen. It's a great first start. It's going treble 15 for tops. Lindgren now having to recalibrate. Jack Marius Christensen should get at least one match start here to complete the comeback from 4-1 down, 4-2 down, I should say. And he's going to be one dart at tops. Pulls it low, one match start missed. Lars Erik Lindgren, double 10 to take us all the way, and we are going to that final leg. It's a match which has swung back and forth. Lars Erik Lindgren led 4-2. Jack Marius Christensen won the next 3 legs. Missed a match start at tops to win it 6-4. Lindgren has taken us to that final leg shootout, one leg to decide who will play Victor Tingstrom in the 3rd round of today's Pro Tour. Early advantage to Lindgren after the opening visit. Back comes Christensen. It's a loose last one. Raise into the 12. Who can hold their nerve in the decider? Lindgren finds the treble 19 with the last one. He's got the slight lead. Christensen has the throw. Lindgren has taken the darts in this leg. Goes trebleless there though. ton for Christensen. And Green back in that treble. What a visit that is, a 140 to get down to a finish first. Christensen, you'd think minimum ton here. And that is not enough. 6 darts for Lars-Erik Lindgren to move into the last 32, and he does it with a ton plus finish. Lars-Erik Lindgren wins the Battle of the Norwegians, a match that swung back and forth. Lindgren led 4-2. Christensen won 3 in a row to leave 5-4. Missed a match dart to win it 6-4. But Lars-Erik Lindgren with a pair of 15 darts, a 112 checkout early on, and in the decider, a 104 finish to get over the line. He moves into the last 32 in a matchup with Victor Tingstrom. We'll be back in a few moments' time. More live action to come from Oslo. Welcome back to Oslo Pro Tour 10 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. We are continuing with second round action here. Sweden's Sebastian Karis takes on Norway's Kent Göran Sivertsen. Karis has won the ball. We'll get us underway. Only a handful of second round matches left to go here. We are moving into the last 32. A couple of matches already underway on the outside boards. I can see Daniel Larsson, the number 2 seed, has taken the opening leg against Patrick Hansen. The number 3 seed, Yanni Havisto, just got his third round game underway against Iceland's Irka Ingi Christensen. Karis, we've seen make his mark on the tour this year. Last time out in Gothenburg, making the quarterfinals of Pro Tour 7. Since then, though, not been able to add any prize money to his tally. Early exits in Pro Tours 8 and 9. Yesterday, losing out to a Norwegian we've just seen on the live stream, Jack Marius Christensen. Harris misses the double 19 for a ton finish. Sivertsen on the 141. First dart was good, second dart going off target, ends up leaving 9. We saw this taken out, 3 double 3 earlier. Sivertsen going the more traditional route, 1 double 4. 2 darts missed to break the Karis throw. Karis goes inside on all 3 attempts. Will he be punished this time? Sivertsen, double 2. Getting further away. Real messy start to this one. Both players in the madhouse. Karis does find the double in the end. He takes the opening leg. Sivertsen, his best run so far this year has been to the last 32 on 3 occasions, including Pro Tours 1, 3 and 9 yesterday. He did beat Andreas Toff Jørgensen 6-4 in the last 64 yesterday, before losing 6-1 to Jonas Meslin in the last 32. He has already been in action today in the last 128, where he whitewashed his fellow Norwegian Anders Poulsen 6-0. Very good start to this leg for him. A couple of tons and a 140. Down to a finish after 9 darts. Good counting there from Karis. Single 20 wouldn't have left the finish. Switches to the 18s, and he will get a go at that 164. Sivertsen leaving 32. Just a bunch of doubles in the first leg to break. What's his doubling going to be like in this leg? Not quite found his radar on the finishing yet. Karis, the shot still on. Not anymore. So 3 more darts Sivertsen to level this game. Now having to go upstairs to double 12, and the misses are racking up here for the Norwegian. Karis now double 4, and he has picked his pocket there. 2-leg lead for Sebastian Karis, but both legs. Kent Joran Sivertsen having a bunch of darts at double. He will be livid with himself. This match could very easily be 2-0 the other way. Yesterday's runner-up, Teemu Harju, is in action on the outside boards as well. Currently leading Ayman Hamid 2-0, averaging 111. Keep that up, Teemu. Mio Varela, the Pro Tour 6 champion, just got underway as well. Taking on another Norwegian, Stian Allen. He's lost the opening leg in that one. On the outside boards, there is potential surprise result developing here. Yanni Avisto, the number 3 seed, currently trailing Irka Inga Christensen 3-0 on the outside boards, and that could be a big result in terms of the race for the World Championship. Defeat for Yanni would really give Kordecker and Daniel Larsson a chance to make a big push towards securing that World Championship spot via the rankings. Karis leaves single to double. Sivertsen. Who's just below on tops. It's another dart missed at a double. Karis. He wants tops. And he finds tops. It's a 3-0 lead for Karis. Surname Karis, of course, synonymous with darts in this part of the world. I'm sure many of you remember Magnus Karis, retired from playing darts now, the man who went under the nickname of Poker Face. Semi-finalist at the Lakeside back in 1994. And a few titles on this tour in the early days when it was the Scandinavian Darts Corporation. Played at the Lakeside 7 occasions during the 80s and the 90s. Made 5 appearances at the PDC World Championship as well. And look at some of the players that he's played on those World Championship stages. It really is a who's who in the world of darts. Eric Bristow, Phil Taylor, Dennis Priestley, Adrian Lewis. He's played a lot of the big names over the years. Darts running in the family, as we can see. His nephew in action here. He's looking to get a second break throw here. Sivertsen not going to take out the 138. He does set it up nicely to leave tops. Karis took this out in the last leg. He's taking it out again here. Aside from that opening leg, the finishing has been top class from Sebastian Karis. The double break, 4-0 lead. Just 2 legs away from a place in the last 32 of today's Pro Tour. The winner will go up against Andreas Harrison in the next round. Harrison starting his campaign with a 6-0 whitewash of Roy Arne Moen. in the last 64. I'll tell you that Daniel Larsson is into the last 16 of today's Pro Tour. He has beaten Patrick Hansen 6-0. Once again moves to within €100 of the table topper, Cord Decker, who is still in the tournament. A player who may not be in this tournament for much longer is the number 3, Yanni Avisto, now 4-0 down to Erka Ingi Christensen. The Icelander on the cusp of a big upset win there. Karras here though, 4-0 up. He looks to be cruising to a 5-0 lead here. Ton to leave 20. And all the time in the world here. Sivertson stops the run of hitting 41 at 4 visits, but he does hit 22. Karras, well, that is very smart, isn't it? Doesn't even attempt the double 5, which can be tricky. Busts his score with Sivertson back in the 200s. That may well be a tactic that Magnus Karras has taught him behind the scenes. And there is that double 10. And that is a 5-0 lead for Sebastian Karras. He's one leg away from a place in the 3rd round. He double quick time. The outside boards, Ikaringi Christensen now 5-0 up on Yanni Avisto, the number 3 seed. Just taken out 98 to lead 5-0. We'll keep tabs on that one as well. Can see in the background the number 1, Cord Decker, about to get underway in his last 32 match against Mika Misjanimi. You may well have half an eye on that match involving Yanni Avisto. Race back in that treble again. It is a maximum to leave a finish. He'll be eyeing up a whitewash here. Sivertson with a ton of his own halves his score. That is a wayward one. Seen some unorthodox routes today on checkouts, but I can assure you Karras was not looking at 13's first start there. Two more missed doubles for Sivertson, and is that the story of this match? Sebastian Karras with finishing masterclass in the end. The first leg ended up on double 1, but after that, Karras was exemplary on the finishing, punished every error from his opponent, Kent Uren Sivertson, and he reels off a whitewash 6-0 win against his opponent. Karras marches on into the 3rd round where he'll take on Andreas Harrison. We'll be back with more live action very shortly from the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Welcome back to Oslo. We're into third round action here in Pro Tour 10 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. And that we've seen on the stream a little while earlier, Jonas Gravesen, Denmark, taking on Latvia's Ralfs Lomanis for a place in the last 16. When we last spoke to you a few moments ago, we did mention Ika Ingi Christensen was 5-0 up on the number 3 seed, Yanni Havisto. Can tell you, Havisto has pulled back 3 legs. He now trails by 3 legs to 5 in that one. We'll keep you updated with that match as it goes on. We have one player already through to the last 16, Daniel Larsson, the number 2 seed. Kordecker on the outside boards, the number 1, currently leading Mika Mustanyimi by 2 legs to 0. Manis there with 2 big trebles, gets down to a finish with Gravesen. Who was involved in a real tough game in his first one in terms of the standard from both players. It was a comfortable win in the end, 6-1 against Matthias Svensson. And you'll know he'll need to produce a much higher level if he is going to come through this one. 2 darts missed for the opener. Lomanis with a chance here to get an early breaker throw. Both players having chances. Gravesen, more misses on the outer ring. And Lomanis punishes his opponent. Both players missing a bunch of doubles, and Jonas Gravesen eventually gets over the line, holds his throw. Can tell you on the outside boards, Yanni Havisto, the number 3 seed, is out. He's been beaten by Ika Ingi Christensen, the man from Iceland. He's knocked out the player 3rd in the rankings, 6-3. He's into the last 16. Big result in terms of the race for the World Championship. It means that Daniel Larsson and Kordecker, whilst they can't guarantee their Ali Pali spots today, they know that however far they can go now, they can make a big step towards securing those top 2 spots in the rankings. For these 2 players, the Ali Pali race in terms of the rankings might be out of the question, but we will see Jonas Gravesen in the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship. He is in that top 8 of the rankings currently, the top 24. We'll be heading to Denmark in a few months' time. Ralfs Lomanis, who just missed out on the tournament last year, he's on the cusp of those spots again. Currently in 26th on the rankings. A win here would see him climb into that top 24 on count back. His throw is under threat here from Gravesen. Good response from Lomanis, a 140 of his own. Leaves single to double. We'll get a go at it. Two darts missed for Lomanis at tops. Graverson misses one as well. That was for a breaker throw. And Lomanis holds on double 10. Levels up his third round match. On the outside boards, we do have a few more of the big hitters in action. Mentioned the number 1 seed, Kordeka. He leads Mika Mustanyemi by 3 legs to 1. Number 4 seed, Darius Labanauskas, looking to make up for his early exit yesterday. He leads Henrik Halsvik 5-1. He's on the cusp of a place in the last 16. Oskar Lukasiak and Andreas Horgordhus involved in a real tight game. Lukasiak has just gone 4-3 up in that one. And yesterday's winner, Benjamin Drew Royce, just getting underway in his last 32 match. Graverson down to a finish, but Lomanis expecting to leave a better one after this visit. He's lower than the 167 by not by much. Lomanis not going to threaten a 141. Graverson here to hold his throw again and edge back in front. Going to be 1 dart at tops. Goes inside. Ralph Lomanis with a chance here. In a game of plenty of missed chances, Jonas Graverson holds on to his throw again. Lomanis did have a last 16 run in Vexy in Pro Tour 6. That is his best run to date this season. Perhaps he may be thinking about what a win here would do for him in terms of that race for the Nordic and Baltic Championship. Winning this match would put him into those provisional spots. Jonas Graverson, 2-time semi-finalist on the tour this year. He's had semi-finals in Pro Tour 3 in Latvia, Pro Tour 7 in Sweden. Does leave a finish, but Gravison will be eyeing up a big score here. 140 gets him down to a two-figure checkout. This for the first breaker throw in this match. We've had 3 holds so far. Doesn't go. Lomanis hold his throw, level up this match, 2-all. Gravison busts his score into the double 15. Marlis will be kicking himself here. Could potentially be 4-0 up. He is going to get another go in this leg. An 8th visit to the board at double 4. Jonas Gravison edges back in front. 5 legs played. 5 holds a throw. On the outside boards, we do have a couple more players already into the last 16. Darius Labanauskas has beaten Henrik Hausvik 6-1. Oskar Lukasiak a 6-3 winner against Andreas Horgordhus. A couple other players edging towards that last 16. Cord Decker, the number 1 seed, 5-1 up now. Mika Stanimi and Jakub Skolgard 5-4 in front on Wouters Meldris. And that was a much more comfortable holder throw for Jonas Graverson. He's now looking to get that elusive first break of throw in this match, and if he can do it now, Lomanis returns the favour with a 140 of his own. This to level things up again. It's clinical from Ralph Slomanis. No messing about on the finishing this time. Takes out the 76 in 2 darts, and we have ourselves a level game again. A reminder that victory here for Lomanis would put him into the provisional spots for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship. It would put him into the top 24 of the rankings. It's an important game for Lomanis. Winner of this, by the way, will take on either Andreas Harrison or a player that we've just seen win on the stream a few moments ago, Sebastian Karras. A couple of last 64 matches still going on the outside boards, but a lot of the focus now is on that last 32. A trio of 140s for Graverson in this leg. It's giving him a very healthy lead. Doesn't need to think about going 12 for the ball. It's a clinical finish of his own there for Jonas Graverson. A 12 dart holder throw. Edges himself back in front at 4-3. 7 legs played, 7 holds a throw. These two players we have seen compete in events like the PDC World Youth Championship. Ralph Slomanis did play in last year's tournament at the famous Robin Park Tennis Centre in Wigan. He did make it to the knockout rounds, the last 64. And this year we will see 3 youngsters from the PDC Nordic and Baltic system playing that tournament. Good leg against the throw here for Graverson, down to a finish again after 9 darts. Is this going to be the first real breakthrough? Lomanis, though, fires in the 180 just when he looks like his throw could be broken. He's giving himself an outside chance. Thumbs up there for Graverson. Misses the big 18, doesn't get a shot at the ball. Lomanis to level things up again. He's gone the treble 9 tops route. Takes out the 67. An important finish. Lomanis, we are level once again. Lomanis we expect to see in that PDC World Youth Championship again this year. Some other contenders for those spots: Sebastian Karras, Alexander Thorvaldsen, one of Iceland's top players. Coming up next on the stream, we are going to see Battle of the Swedes. It will be the Sweet Ferret, Johan Engstrom, taking on Anton Östlund in the last 32. We're no closer to finding out the winner of this one. 8 legs played, 8 holes to throw so far. Gravesen in a very good position to keep that run of holes to throw going here. Lomanis needed a maximum just to get down to a finish after that visit. It's all the time in the world for Jonas Gravesen to move a leg away from a place in the last 16. Almost does it with a ton plus finish. Lomanis pretty much halves his score. He is going to come back at this 139. It's a tricky finish. We don't see it very often. You're not going to see it here. Gravesen, 1 dart in hand on 9, electing to bust his score, go back to 36. So second attempt with 3 darts in hand. And this time he does get over the line. The Dane is 1 away from a place in the last 16. And Gravesen get over the line here. Kicks off the leg against the throw with a 140. Trebleless visit for Lomanis. Oh, a loose last one there. You see the reaction. He jumped up there. Did not release that the way he wanted to. Lomanis coming back now. Loose last one, but he does put himself in front in this leg. Gravesen with a maximum to leave the 141. It's a shame he took 2 visits to hit 180 with his first 2 visits to the board. Not going to be a 9 darter. Could be a 12 darter though to wrap things up. And he's got at least 6 darts here. Could this be the first breaker throw? The most important time. Not a bad setup shot. Will be single to double when he comes back. Lomanis, if he does lose this match, he'll be looking back on those early legs when he had a bunch of chances to win them, didn't take them. Now Jonas Gravesen is looking at tops. Now double 10. 2 match starts missed. Lomanis back on 180. You can't take that out with 3 darts, unfortunately. He knows he needed to win this match to move into the Nordic and Baltic Championship spots. He may have to wait until the final weekend, because Jonas Gravesen has moved through to the last 16. We had 9 holes to throw to kick off this match. The breaker throw came in the 10th leg from Jonas Gravesen. He beats Ralph Lomanis by 6 legs to 4, moves into the last 16. We are going to continue with third round action, Battle of the Swedes. Anton Östlund and Johan Engstrom coming up in a few minutes' time. Last 32 action continuing here in Oslo. Final day, the penultimate weekend on this year's PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. We have a matchup between two Swedes here. The Sweet Ferret, Johan Engstrom, going up against Anton Östlund for a place in the last 16. We do have one Swedish player, two Swedish players, I should say, already into the last 16. Daniel Larsson and Oskar Lukasiak. One of them here will be joining them in that fourth round. You are just joining us. The big result so far today has come in this round, where we've seen the number 3 seed Janni Avisto dumped out by Eiker Ingi Christensen. The Icelander coming through 6 legs to 3, led 5-0. Avisto threatened the comeback, winning the next 3 legs, but Christensen did get over the line, a 6-3 winner. Does mean that Kordecker and Daniel Larsson, who started the weekend in the top 2 in the rankings, the 2 PDC World Championship spots, they are guaranteed to be heading to the final Pro Tour weekend at the end of September in Tallinn as the top 2 players. And they can't guarantee World Championship spots today, but they'll both know that a big run today put themselves in a very strong position going into that final doubleheader at the end of next month. Östlund leaves tops, barring a big finish here from Johan Engstrom. Expect this to be a holder throw for 1 ton. Three darts missed for Anton Östlund to hold his throw. And Engstrom picks his pocket there. An opening leg breaker throw for the Sweet Ferret. More results to bring you from the outside boards since we last had some live action. Valters Meldris has come through a 6-5 winner against Jakob Skorgard, and yesterday's champion continues his bid for back-to-back Pro Tour titles. Benjamin Drew Royce, a 6-3 winner against Hakon Bjorg-Helling. More matches going on the outside boards. Reminder, you can follow all of the action on Dartsconnect, not just this live stream. We have got 8 boards in operation. You can see some of the matches going on behind you, some of the players. If you want to follow those games, head on over to Dartsconnect. You can follow them score for score. Trouble visit there for Engstrom, much needed. Broken the opening leg. Östlund coming back at him. Östlund finds a treble to get down to a finish. This to level things up. goes high on tops. Engstrom will start on the 19s for 1, 2, 6. 4 of them. Give them a shot at the ball. 6 of them a shot at double 6. It was a shot at the ball, not far away at all. Iceland to level things up here on tops. More misses on the doubles for Iceland. And Engstrom punish him again. Double 12. It's a 2-0 lead for Johan Engstrom. Once again, a leg that's gone into 7 visits. Anton Iceland had his chances, didn't take them. Talked about the race for the World Championship for these two players. It's unlikely now they're going to finish in that top 2. Engstrom currently in 8th spot and Anton Iceland in 19th. So for Iceland, it's all about consolidating that spot in the top 24, getting to the end of season finals and being in that Jan Hoffmann trophy again. Johan Engstrom, as I mentioned, 8th in the rankings. If he can go all the way today, it would put him up to a few spots, potentially up to number 5. He has won 2 titles on this tour before, back in 2024. And he came so close to finishing in that top 2, if you remember. I'm sure Johan Engstrom wants to forget about it, but Darius Labanauskas winning that final event to leapfrog him in the rankings and qualify for the World Championship. So far this year, Engstrom, his best run has been a semi-final back in Pro Tour 6. Iceland's had a quarter-final in Pro Tour 7. He does get off the mark here. Best leg of the match so far. 14 dart holder throw for Anton Iceland. After missing darts at double in the opening 2 legs, that was much more clinical from 1 ton. Are these two players starting to go through the gears now? Engstrom kicks off the leg with a 180. Iceland replies with a 140. Well, there I said it, Engstrom ends that run of big scores with a 32. Iceland profits not by much. We have got a few last 16 matches that have got underway on the outside boards. Daniel Larsson, the number 2 seed, 3-0 up on Valters Meldris, averaging 102. And Yanni Abisto's conqueror, like Ingi Christensen, currently 2-0 down to yesterday's Pro Tour winner, Benjamin Drew Royce. From here to open up that 2-leg lead again on throw. Ends up leaving double 2. What a finish that is from Anton Iceland. Engstrom was sat waiting on a double. Iceland with a roof raiser 136 checkout to break the throw, get this match back on throw. Excellent finish from Ursland. Pushes his average up towards the high 80s. You look at the averages, there is an 11-point gap between them. But the score is level, which does tell you all you need to know about averages. Another 2 treble visit for Ursland. He looks to be in the groove now. I've seen Anton playing a couple of the Euro Tours this year as Engstrom fights back with a 180. We did see Anton play in the German Darts Grand Prix and the Austrian Darts Open earlier on in the year. Johan Engstrom played it in the International Darts Open as well. Played in quite a few of the Euro Tours last year. Good set-up shot there for Ursland to leave a double. Engstrom down to 170 after 9 darts. Second treble doesn't leave him the ball. Only find 1. Ursland to go in front for the first time. He does just that. That is 3 legs on the spin for Anton Ursland. He has turned this match around from trailing 2-0. He's won the next 3. We are on throw, but I've got to say all the momentum right now is with the younger man, Anton Ursland. Just a few spots left in the last 16 in today's Pro Tour. Petri Rasmus leads Yanni Lorela 5-3 on the outside boards. Andreas Harrison and Sebastian Karras 2 legs apiece. Victor Tingstrom and Lars-Erik Lindgren just getting their match underway, as are Mio Farrella and Michael Hansen. You sense that Ursland has got grip of this match after a slow start, missed chances on the doubles, could potentially be leading this 4-1 or 5-0 had he been more clinical on the doubles earlier on. He has done well to get it back on throw. Good visit there from Engstrom to leave a finish. Ursland with a 2 big treble visit, not quite enough to get him down to a finish. So Engstrom will feel like this leg should be his to win. Leaves tops. All Ursland can do is try and pile in a big score, put some pressure on. Exactly what he's doing. He's ready to pounce if Engstrom can't hit tops, but he does hit his favourite tops. Johan Engstrom levels things up at 3-3. On the outside boards, we do have our first confirmed quarter-finalist as Ursland kicks off the leg on throw over 180. Daniel Larsson, the number 2 seed, as a whitewashed Wouters Melder is 6-0. The 96.97 average. Once again in the live rankings. Larsson moves to within €100 of the table topper, Core Decker, who is about to get his last 16 matchup underway with Andreas Nilsson on the outside boards. Both those players looking to make a big step towards qualifying for the World Championship. Yanni Abisto out of the running today. That gap between them two and Yanni can become quite sizable over the next hour or two. Iceland in full control of this leg. Come back looking at 65 to go back in front. Options here. Looking at the 11 segment, treble 11 would have left double 16 instead of single 11, single 14 and tops. Iceland regains the lead, 4-3 here. We're on throw after 7 legs. Still that 10-point gap in the averages between these two players, but we are on throw. Johan Engstrom, he was a quarter-finalist in Pro Tour 9 yesterday. He had a trio of 6-1 wins against Jan-Erik Leiberg, Ralf Slomanis and Simon Back before losing 6-3 to Daniel Larsson in the quarter-finals. Back-to-back 140s there gets him down to a 2-figure finish. Ursland, it's an awkward first start. He wants to stay there. He ends up switching with the last start. So Engstrom has got 2 visits minimum here. To once again equalise. He does just that. Takes out the 81. Now just a best of 3 for a place in the last 16. Tom Ursland went out at this round yesterday. Kicked off the day with a pair of 6-0 wins before losing 6-2 to Yanni Abisto, and it was that 103.16 average that saw Ursland depart the tournament yesterday. One of the top 5 averages we've ever seen on this tour. Good visit there from Ursland. Engstrom has not got going in this leg. This really does explain that gap in the averages, because the leg score is 4 legs apiece, but we've seen quite often when Ursland has had the throw, Engstrom has not kept close order with him. And you can see that here. Revisits into the leg, there is a gap between the two players. Another 2 treble visit there for Ursland. Plenty of time here to go 1 away from a place in the last 16. We'll settle for that. Will be single to double when he comes back. His finishing has looked a lot better in the last few legs. A couple of 5-visit legs. This one has gone into a 6th visit. You won't mind too much. There we go. Back in front, Anton Östlund. There we go, and Engstrom has got to hold his throw here to force that final leg shootout. On the outside boards, a couple of other last 32 matches going on. Andreas Harrison leading Sebastian Karras 4-3. Victor Tingstrom 3-1 up on Lars Erik Lindgren. Michael Hansen 2-1 up on the Pro Tour 6 champion Mio Varela. And we do have a couple of last 16 matches that are underway. Oskar Lukasiak leads Jonas Sorensen 3-1. Benjamin Drew Royce 5-3 up on Iceland's Erik Inge Christensen. Östlund with that 140 gives him a chance in this leg. Couldn't afford another troubleless visit, but Engstrom with that 177 put him in firm control. It looks like we are going to go to that final leg. Engstrom led 2-0. Östlund on back-to-back legs to level at 2 legs apiece, and since then both players continue to hold their throw. A hold a throw here for Johan Engstrom, and we are going to that final leg. One leg of 501 for a spot in the last 16. Anton Östlund with the darts. The only time he has been broken was in that opening leg. Since then, he's held his throw on the other 4 occasions. Östlund finds a treble. It's not a big scoring visit. Engstrom can't punish him. Slight advantage to Östlund after the first 2 visits. Another treble picked off for Östlund. Engstrom keeping close order. Not had a 3-figure visit yet from either player. Feel like the first one could be crucial. Östlund comes up dry there. Engstrom, if he can find 2 big trebles, could take control here. Only find 1, just 2 points between them after a dozen darts each. All about the setup shot now. Both players will expect to leave a finish after their next visit. But how small will that number be? Östlund again. 3 straight 20s. Leaves the door open for Johan Engstrom. He can pile in a big score. He can't. This leg is on a knife edge. Both players got a big finish to win the match. Ersland again. 3 straight 20s. And Engstrom win it in style. Switches around the board. Didn't like the lie of that first dart. Ersland now to win the match. Anton Ersland marches on to the last 16. 6-5 winner against Johan Engstrom in a battle of the Swedes. It was a nip and tuck game all the way through. Ersland missed his chances early on, but he managed to regroup, and he does come through in a last leg shootout. He moves through to the last 16 here of Pro Tour 10. More action to come in a few minutes as we edge closer to finding out who will be the champion in Oslo today. Welcome back to Oslo, and we're continuing in the third round here in Pro Tour 10 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. For the first time today, we get a look at yesterday's runner-up, Finland's Teemu Harju. He takes on Daniel Lilja for a place in the last 16. We do have 3 players already through to the quarterfinals of today's Pro Tour. Daniel Larsson, Benjamin Drew Royce and Oscar Lukasiak already into the last 8. We have just a few more last 32 matches left to be played, including this one. On the outside boards, Mio Varela leads Michael Hansen 5-3, and Victor Tingstrom and Lars Erik Lindgren currently in a last leg decider. And to leave that Mio Varela has just won that match against Michael Hansen 6-3. He is into the last 16. Just looking at the draw bracket. The winner of this match will play the winner of that Tingstrom Lindgren match, which is into that last leg shootout. Tingstrom, one of the PDC Tour card holders in action today. Harju misses tops for the opening leg, but no real damage done. With Lilja back in the 200s. Double 10 for Harju for the opening leg. That will do nicely. The reigning Nordic and Baltic champion takes the opening leg. And I can tell you the winner of this will play Victor Tingstrom in the last 16. The Belkin boy has just come through that last 32 tie with Lars Erik Lindgren 6-5. So this is now the last match to be played in the last 32 today. Daniel Lilja, this his best run of the season so far on the Pro Tour. Already today he's picked up a couple of wins, 6-3 against Michel Merlit and 6-4 against Elder Silyak. He's got some prize money on the board today. Not been a regular on the tour. He did play the third weekend of the season in Vexi. Yesterday's Pro Tour he did lose 6-3 in the last 1-8 to Nemanja Kosovic. Has played in a couple of the Euro Tour qualifiers as well. Teemu Harju has been a welcome return to form, you'd say, this weekend. He's not got a title to show for it yet, but yesterday he did throw some good stuff on his way to making the final of Pro Tour 9. It was his first final of the season, first semi-final in fact. It's a player that won his first 2 titles on the tour last year, which got him that runner-up finish on the rankings, got him to Ali Pali for the first time, and then capped off the year by winning the first staging of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship in Copenhagen. It was darts like that got him those titles. Now looking to get a breaker throw here. 2 darts at double 16. Goes outside with both of them, but once again, just like the first leg, Lilia not down to finishing range just yet. RU does get that breaker throw to lead this one 2-0. Mentioned the winner to play Victor Tingstrom in the next round. And tell you the next match on the live stream. We are going to be, I believe, heading into the quarter-final stages of the competition. It will be Oscar Lukasiak taking on either Darius Labanauskas or Petri Rasmus. Those two currently locked at 3 legs apiece in the last 16. The other last 16 matches also underway on the outside boards. The number 1 seed, Cord Decker, involved in a real battle with Andreas Nilsson, leading that one by 4 legs to 3. And Andreas Harrison, is he coming back into some form today? He leads Jonas Graverson 2-0 in the early stages of their match. Are you already in firm control of this one? 140 there gets him down to a decent size finish when he comes back. Lilia just not been able to cope with this scoring power of the Finn. Will be one dart at tops. Goes low off the target, but time on his side once again. To go further clear here. Double 10 for Temo. Now double 5. Well, he decides to switch to double 4. Works to great effect. Temo Hayu moves 3 legs clear in this one. Been a busy weekend for him on the tour, not just the Pro Tour events. He's also been playing in the Euro Tour qualifiers. The first 2 on Friday, didn't make too much ground in those, but after making the final of Pro Tour 9 yesterday, he did end up going all the way to the final of the Euro Tour qualifier that was played yesterday, and took some big scalps along the way. He beat Andreas Harrison, he beat Yanni Avisto, got some revenge on Benjamin Drew Royce, who beat him in that Pro Tour final yesterday, but he ended up losing 6-4 to Jonas Maslin in that final. So far today, he has started off pretty comfortably. A 6-0 win against Ayman Hamid in the first round with an 88 average, and you can see here he's looking to try and get this one in double quick time as well. And that is something that we did see from Temo yesterday. He won his first 3 matches 6-0. 6-2 against Jonas Graverson, and then 6-0 against Yanni Havisto in a real dominant performance. So he got to the semi-finals winning 30 out of 32 legs. He's making a good stab at trying to do that again here. That 140 has given him control of this 4th leg on the Lilia throw. Down to a finish first. Lilia will need to find 2 big trebles to join him. Only find one of them, so Haryu has got a couple of visits if he needs them. You can see not electing to go the ball route, going the 20s. Doesn't need to with Lilia not being on a finish. Now just working out the maths. Two treble 19s would have left the double 8. Can only find one of them. So he has left tops when he comes back. Lilia does get down to a finish. Is he going to come back for it? Yes, he is. Haryu misses 3 darts at the double. It's exactly what he did in that 10th leg of the final yesterday against Benjamin Drew Royce, and he was punished. He lost the final. And Lilia here looking at double 8. Goes outside with both darts. His first darts at a double in this match. Haryu to rescue the leg, wants double 2. Can't take it, so Lilia. This is his moment to get off the mark, double 8. Now across the board, double 4. Daniel Lilia does get his first leg of this match. Haryu fluffed his lines at the end of that one. His opponent holds his throw, avoids being broken again. He's giving himself a little bit of a lifeline in this match. Two other matches on the outside boards in the last 16. Kordecker now leads Andreas Nilsson by 5 legs to 4. He looks to be in a good position to wrap up victory in this leg as well. Darius Labanauskas and Petri Rasmus locked at 4 legs apiece. Andreas Harrison leads Jonas Gravison by 3 legs to 1. Scoring just dropping off here for Teemu Harju. Back in that treble now. A big 2 treble visit just to get back in the ascendancy here. Well, this is much more like it from Teemu Harju, a maximum to leave a ton. Looks to have put that disappointment of the last leg behind him. Treble 16 will leave the double. Just confirming with the marker what he scored. We'll come back in a moment with 3 clear darts at double 8. Daniel Lilia with the double top cover shot. Everyone likes to see it. An extra 20 points gets him down to a finish, but he's not going to get a go at it. Teemu Harju moves a step closer to the last 16. You can see in the background there, Andreas Nilsson and Kordecker involved in a real battle as well. Kordecker has just missed a bunch of match starts to win it 6-4. Andreas Nilsson is looking at 68 to break the Decker throw, force a last leg decider. You could probably tell how this visit goes from the reaction behind you. Big moments in that game. Looks like he may have missed the ball for that 68 finish. Good visit there from Daniel Luia. And as you can see in the background, Cord Decker, the number 1 seed, has got past Andreas Nilsson by 6 legs to 4. So the top 2 seeds, the players top of the rankings, edge a little bit closer to securing their spots at Ali Pali. Cord Decker now €900 clear of third place Yanni Avisto. Daniel Larsson in second, €700 clear, and they have chances to move further ahead on that ranking list. Daniel Luia here got a chance to get his second leg on the board. Starts on the 18s. Looking for the 14 to leave the ball. This is the entire segment completely. Are you now got a chance to move a leg away from a place in the next round? Not going to take out the 1-2-1. Luia with an inviting chance here to hold his throw again. 2 darts at double 16. Tema, are you almost picking his pocket there? Misses the double 16. That is the target Daniel Luia is looking at. Can he find a way through? I certainly can't from where I'm looking. It looks pretty tricky. And he does find a way through. Daniel Luia has got his second leg on the board. Double 16 looked tricky after the first 2 darts, but he does manage to sneak that 3rd dart through to get his second leg in this match. Another result to bring you from the last 16, and the number 4 seed, Darius Labanauskas. He has been beaten by Petri Rasmus in the last 16, a 6-5 defeat for Lucky D. And what a final leg from Petri Rasmus, who has averaged 94 in that game. He's won it with an 11 darter on the throw. Impressive performance from Rasmus. Again, that's another potential rival for Decker and Larsson in that World Championship race that is now out of the running in today's Pro Tour event. Labanauskas now €1,300 outside of the World Championship spots, although the good news for him is that he's looking pretty good on the Pro Tour rankings to get to Ali Pali. Luia hits a 180. Are you though? In firm control in this leg. Do with another big visit here, Luia. Time probably not enough. Doesn't follow the 180 with a big score. And Hayu cleans up the 72. Comfortable holder throw for the reigning Nordic and Baltic champion. And he is 1 leg away from a place in the last 16 of Pro Tour 10. Reminder, the winner of this match will play Victor Tingstrom in the last 16. This is the last match to be played in the last 32. We have already got 4 players into the quarterfinals today. 5 players, in fact, now. We've got Daniel Larsson, Benjamin Drew Royce, Oscar Lukasiak, Hor Decker, and now Petri Rasmus. The next match on the live stream will be Rasmus and Lukasiak. That will be our quarter-final match on the stream coming up next. Two other last 16 matches already underway on the outside boards. Jonas Gravesen has fought back well against Andreas Harrison. That is now 4 legs all. Anton Östlund averaging 99. He leads Mio Varela 3-1. Slow start to the leg here for both players. Ayu finds a couple of big trebles. Termo. 2 trebles will get him down to a finish. Only find 1, but in a good position in this leg. He's on the Lilia throw. We've seen him hold his throw on the last 2 occasions. He's in real danger here of being broken again, and if he was, that would be the end of it. He would be heading home. Ayu again back in that treble. 2 treble visit leaves 50. Lilia could be his last 3 darts he throws this weekend. Switches to the 18s. Leaves the 170. He may not get a go at it. That's a loose first one from Ayu. He's only going to get 1 dart at double 16. The look of exasperation there on his face as he goes to the board. Lilia does get a go at the 170. He almost produced a moment of magic. This is the ball for the big fish. He's going to get another go. 4 match darts missed for Teemu Ayu. Lilia has crafted this opportunity seemingly out of nowhere. 1 dart at double 4. He can't take it. Ayu to get over the line on double 2. And yesterday's beaten finalist is into the last 16. He will take on Victor Tingstrom for a place in the quarterfinals. That match will go on the outside boards. Next, we are going to be turning our attention to the quarterfinals today, and we are going to see Petri Rasmus take on Oscar Lukasiak. That match coming up in a few minutes' time. Quarter-final time here in Oslo, Pro Tour 10 of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Our attention on the live stream. Match-up between Finland's Petri Rasmus and one of Sweden's current PDC Tour card holders, Oskar Lukasiak. Rasmus has been pretty consistent so far on the tour this year. Made the semi-finals of Pro Tour 4. He's had 5 last 16s as well, and now into a second quarter-final of the season. Did skip the most recent weekend of events in Sweden back in May. He does sit firmly in those spots for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship, currently 13th in the rankings. Oskar Lukasiak, well, we know all about him. He's a title winner on 2 occasions on this tour. Won his first title 2 years ago. Doubled his tally last year. He's made a bunch of other finals as well. Most recently in Pro Tour 2. Where he missed out on that 3rd title with a narrow defeat to Yanni Avisto. He's always a contender for these titles. Rasmus needs a big finish here, or he is going to give Lukasiak a look at that 74. Chance to break in the opening leg. Ends up being a shot at the ball. Lukasiak just missing out, but Rasmus really didn't put much of a dent in that 160 in the last visit, scoring 45. Lukasiak coming back here. Another chance to get this first leg against the throw. He takes it. Oskar Lukasiak takes the opening leg. Solid start for the PDC Tour card holder, who last year narrowly missed out on a top 2 finish on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour rankings. Teemu Harju winning that last event. And he finished 2nd on countback, and in that tournament, Lukasiak missed match starts to beat Brian Locken. Had he won that match, that would have secured him 2nd spot, but it all worked out in the end, because a few months later we saw Teemu Harju win the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship, which also carried a spot in the World Championship, and that extra spot went to Oskar Lukasiak on countback on the rankings, finishing in 3rd. So he did get to make that debut at the Palace of Darts, Alexandra Palace. As for Petri Rasmus, we have seen him playing a World Championship fairly recently as well. You may have seen him playing the WDF World Championship at Lakeside at the back end of last year, and it's got to be said, gave a very good account of himself on debut. It was an early exit, a 3-1 defeat to the defending champion at the time, Shane McGurk, but really did give McGurk a good workout in that game. I do recall Shane producing some world-class darts at the back end of that game just to get rid of his opponent on that night. Because Rasmus really was building up a head of steam. It looked like he was going to take that match to a final set. Kasiak here with the first look at a finish in this leg. Big ask, the 145, which isn't going to go. Rasmus now a chance to get that break back at the first opportunity. Ends up leaving 32. Kasiak. I think we'll start on the 20s. I'll just making an adjustment to the scoreboard there. 90 left instead of 80. Just goes on the outside of double 5. So Rasmus a chance to get that break back, level up this quarter-final. Three darts missed for Petri Rasmus. How costly is that going to be? Kasiak does get over the line in the end. A 2-0 lead for Petri Rasmus. You have one other quarter-final underway. Daniel Larsson and Jonas Gravesen. Kordecker and Anton Östlund about to get their quarter-final underway as well on the outside boards. You have one outstanding last 16 match still to be played as well. The winner of that to play yesterday's champion Benjamin Drew Royce. We are going to see Victor Tingstrom and Teemu Harju on the outside boards, and Teemu has just taken the opening leg in that one. In terms of the race for the World Championship spots this year, Oskar Kasiak was well in the mix for them last year. At the moment, you'd say he's probably out of that race unless he could go and win the title today. But then he is hoping for other results to go his way. He's currently €2,100 off the top two. He has already banked €300 today. A title would add another 1,000 to that tally. He's relying on the top two to slip up. Kordecker and Daniel Larsson, who have been pretty consistent this weekend. Larsson made a semi-final yesterday. Kordecker a quarter-final. The Kasiak cleans up the 64. It's a 3-0 lead. The PDC tour card holder. Decker and Larsson both into the quarterfinals again today. These two players we know. We will be seeing them in Denmark for the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship. Kasiak played in that tournament last year. He was dumped out. What was his first hurdle in the last 16 by Mindaugas Brauskas. Petri Rasmus, it will be a debut for him in that tournament this year. You look down the list of players that are in very good positions to qualify for that event, players that weren't involved last year. Yanni Avisto, Jonas Gravison, Mio Varela, Jonas Sorensen, a few title winners this year. Benjamin Drew Royce, the winner of the title yesterday. That field of players looks to be stronger than last year, which is a testament to the dart scene in this part of the world. More and more players are coming through and making their mark on the tour. Solid leg on throw here from Lekasiak. A couple of tons followed by a 140. Firm control of this quarter final. Lekasiak, a double breaker throw to the good here. Now looking to hold and open up a 4-0 lead in a race to 6. Be a long way back for Petri Rasmus from there. Nothing much coming back from Rasmus. Needed a big visit to get down to a finish. Kasiak has got 2 visits minimum here. He only needs one of them. That is a 15 dart holder throw for Oscar Lekasiak. This is one-way traffic here. 2 legs away from a place in the semi-finals, and the outside boards. What a start for Jonas Gravison. He's 2-1 up on Daniel Larsson, averaging 109, courtesy of 13 and 12 darters in the last 2 legs. Early days, but if he could keep that up, we could be on course for a potential record average on this tour. We'll keep an eye on that quarter final as it plays out. Gordecker and Anton Östlund have just got their quarter final underway on the outside boards. This is much better from Rasmus. Want to first and foremost avoid being brushed in this match. Get that first leg next to his name. He's in a very good position to do that now. Another ton gets him down to a more than makeable 76 when he comes back. Oscar Lekasiak, he is into his 2nd year with a PDC Tour card. He knows he's got a fair bit of work to do if he is going to extend that Tour card to a 3rd year. Currently sat 85th on the Werner rankings ladder. Although so far this year, take out the World Championship, he has already earned more prize money than he did in the whole of last year. Petri Rasmus gets his first leg on the board in this quarter final. Oscar did make the last 32 of the UK Open earlier on this year. He's going to have to get to Ali Pally to stand any chance of keeping that tour card. Best route may come via the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. The end of season finals, the Jan Hoffman Trophy, it does once again carry that spot in the World Championship for the winner. As he fires in a 180 to take control of this leg on throw. But that may well be the route for Oscar to get back to Ali Pally this year. As Rasmus returns the favour with a 180. He's not giving up just yet. He's a double breaker throw down in this quarter-final. He has just got his first leg. If he can break the throw here and hold, then all of a sudden it goes from 4-0 to 4-3. And he will give Lekasiak plenty to think about. Well, that is a visit he will want to forget quickly. Doesn't even leave a finish. It gives Lekasiak a little bit of breathing space in this leg. He knows he's going to come back to have a look at whatever he leaves after these 3 darts. It will still be a ton plus finish. Rasmus switching to the ball with the last dart. Doesn't find the outer ball. So Lekasiak to go one away from a place in the semi-finals. Shuffles along the hockey. Try and find a way through for that treble 20. In the end, it's 3 singles to leave single to double if he comes back. This for a 5-1 lead to move 1 leg away and place in the final 4 of today's Pro Tour, looking at tops. Two darts missed. Petri Rasmus, you feel it is now or never for him. Can't take his chance. Lekasiak. He's hit this double already in this match. Can't hit it on this occasion. Rasmus is hanging on in there. His opponent has missed a bunch of darts to lead 5-1. Can't make the most of it. Big chance missed for the Finn to keep this comeback going. Lekasiak does eventually get over the line in leg 6. It's a 5-1 lead for the Swede. He's 1 leg away from a place in the semi-finals. The winner of this match will play either Kåre Decker or Anton Östlund in the semi-finals. Östlund has just taken the opening leg in that quarter-final. The other last 8 matchup underway on the outside boards. Daniel Larsson and Jonas Gravesen currently locked at 3 legs apiece, as are Victor Tingstrom and Teemu Harju in the last 16. Rasmus will need to reel off 5 legs on the spin here. He's going to produce a comeback win, get into his 2nd semi-final of the season. Did have that 11 dart leg to get past Darius Labanauskas in the last leg decider in the last round. He did that with an 81 checkout. This isn't a must hit on this occasion. Not quite another 4-visit leg, but he will come back to extend this quarter-final into an 8th leg. Gasiak, I think he's already given up on this leg. He'll turn his focus to the next one when he will throw first. Rasmus has ended up on double one. He's in the madhouse. Gasiak. Some way back in the leg. Does get down to a finish. He's waiting on Shanghai if he gets a chance. Rasmus, double one. He cleans it up. First dart in hand. Second leg on the board for Petri Rasmus, but still a long way back in this quarter-final for him. Gonna need to break and hold to produce an epic comeback. We have seen a player come back from 4-0 this weekend. It was in fact yesterday's Pro Tour winner, Benjamin Drew Royce, who was 4-0 down to Victor Tingstrom in the semi-finals, reeled off 6 straight legs to win it 6-4, and he went on to win the title. Rasmus is going to have to produce a comeback of similar proportions here. He comes up dry on the scoring, doesn't punish Lukasiak, who starts the leg with 2 treble-less visits. Good switch in there from Lukasiak, 2 big treble 18s. Puts him in control of this leg on the throw. Tongue from Rasmus, but it may not be enough. Loose visit from Oscar. Rasmus needs to hit, and hit hard now. And he does. A maximum for Petri Rasmus. Lukasiak left the door open. Rasmus went in 2-footed maximum to leave a finish. He may well feel he's going to get 6 darts from here to get one of those breaks to throw back. It's a loose second one. Going to have to switch. Not the best setup shot from 118 there, as the momentum shifted again in this leg. Good visit from Lukasiak. He's left single to double. Match darts incoming for Oscar, unless Rasmus can take out this 76. Dropped his dart. It's ruined his rhythm. But he's got 16 for tops. Petri Rasmus has kept this match going. Back-to-back legs for the Finn. Oscar Lukasiak was sat waiting on 56 to get it done. Rasmus takes out the 76. Comeback continues. That's one of the breaks of throw he needs. Still needs another one. Can tell you on the outside boards, Victor Tingstrom has beaten yesterday's runner-up Teemu Harju by 6 legs to 3, a 94 average for the Belkin boy. He's already preparing for a quarter-final matchup against yesterday's champion, Benjamin Drew Royce. The other 3 quarter-finals already ongoing. We're embroiled in this one between Rasmus and Lekasiak on the outside boards. Larsson and Gravesen locked at 4 legs apiece. The number 1 seed, Nordecker, trailing Anton Östlund by 3 legs to 1. So the top 2 seeds, both in real battles in their quarterfinals. Another 1 treble visit for Rasmus. He's chipping away at this 9th leg on throw. Kasiak with a 140, just edges himself in front down to a big finish. What can Rasmus leave from here? 1 treble. He'll feel it's the minimum he needs. And that has come at just the wrong time, hasn't it? 39 scored. Kasiak will feel this is his leg to lose now. Not going to take out the 161, but 1 treble. Put him a little bit closer to the finish line. This is the 2nd biggest checkout in the game. It may need to go for Petri Rasmus. Not going to. Needed to be perfect with all 3 darts. Oskar Lekasiak to put away Petri Rasmus. Going to be 1 dart at tops. Goes low. First match dart for Oskar Lekasiak. Rasmus to extend this quarter-final into another leg to go just 1 leg behind. And he's done it. 1 dart was all he got at the double, and he takes it. 3 legs on the spin for Petri Rasmus, who was 4-0 and 5-1 down in this match. He's now got it to just a 1 leg gap. Oskar Lekasiak does have the throw in this leg. After having such a big lead, the pressure will be on. And on the outside boards, Daniel Larsson, the number 2 seed, and Jonas Gravesen, they have gone to a last leg decider. They are locked at 5 legs apiece. Nordecker is continuing his comeback, the number 1 seed. He was 3-0 down to Anton Östlund. That is now 3-2 in Östlund's favour. That was a crucial 140 for Lekasiak. Rasmus can't afford a trebleless visit, and that is exactly what he's done. Advantage firmly with Lekasiak here on throw. Lekasiak comes up dry on this visit. Rasmus, I feel it's got to be 140 minimum here. Ton may just keep him interested. He can't find a treble either. Lekasiak got 6 darts minimum. And that is a brilliant visit. Second 140 of the leg for Lekasiak on throw. He's down to 82 after 12 darts. Rasmus has been Impressive fight back from 5-1 down. He has found 2 big trebles, which gets him down to a finish. Kasiak should get at least 1 match start here. And it is Oscar Lekasiak that marches on into the semi-finals. He led 4-0, he led 5-1. Petru Rasmus threatened a brilliant comeback. He won the next 3 legs. The comeback falls short in the 10th leg. Oscar Lekasiak gets it 1 on throw. He's the first man into the semi-finals of Pro Tour 10. Daniel Larsson and Jonas Gravesen are both left on 24 points each. They are neck and neck in their deciding leg. Cordecker and Anton Ersland 3 legs apiece in their quarter-final, and Benjamin Drew Royce and Victor Tingstrom about to get underway in their quarter-final. Semi-final and final action to come. We are getting very close to crowning our Pro Tour 10 champion, and who knows, perhaps it could be Oscar Lekasiak. He's into the semi-finals. He's beaten Petru Rasmus by 6 legs to 4. Welcome back to Oslo and the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour, where the big news is we have a new leader at the top of the rankings. Daniel Larsson has gone to number 1, ending Kåre Dekker's long run at the top of the rankings. He's into the semi-finals of Pro Tour 10. Kåre Dekker, well, he has fallen at the quarter-final hurdle today, just like he did yesterday in Pro Tour 9. As things stand, Larsson ahead of Dekker on count back. We are into the semi-finals, and the focus for us here on the live stream, a match-up between two Swedes, Anton Östlund and Oskar Lukasiak. Lukasiak with that 180, followed by a 180 for Östlund. Both players getting into the groove early on here. It's a big match-up for both players. Lukasiak into his third semi-final of the season. He did make the final of Pro Tour 2. He has been in the semi-finals of Pro Tour 8 in our previous weekend of action in Gothenburg. As for Anton Östlund, this is his first semi-final of the season, and it matches his personal best on this tour, a semi-finalist back in 2023, looking to make his first final on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour today. Lukasiak will have something to say about that. He takes out 64 for the opening leg. And that is an early breaker throw in his favour. On the outside boards, can tell you that Benjamin Drew Royce has just beaten Victor Tingstrom 6-5. That is our last remaining quarter-final in Pro Tour 10. Royce, yesterday's champion on his first event back since July of last year. He extends his winning streak in Pro Tour events to 10 matches. He will now go up against the new number 1, Daniel Larsson, in our other semi-final. So a couple of big semi-finals here in Oslo. And we will have the final live on this stream as well to round off our coverage. Östlund has produced some good wins so far today on his run to this, his second ever semi-final on the Pro Tour. Beating the likes of Edwin Torbjörnsson, Johan Engström, Mio Varela and Kåre Dekker, the previous number 1. Lukasiak hits his second 180 of the match, just the second leg. Leaves himself 58 for a 2-0 lead in double quick time. That is a 2-0 lead for Oskar Lukasiak, averaging well into a ton here in the early stages of this semi-final. And Oskar we have seen as well on this stream today. On his run to this, his third semi-final of the year, beating Bent Lambertson, Andreas Hulgårdhus, Jonas Sorensen, and then our last match on the stream, a 6-4 win against Petri Rasmus, holding off that late fight back from Rasmus to get over the line. In terms of the rankings, the 4 players left in the field, they are all in the top 24 in the rankings. Ursland up to number 15. Royce just above him in 14th spot. And then you've got the Lukasiak in 5th and the new number 1, Larson. But for Ursland, this run has done in the world good in terms of cementing that spot in the Jan Hoffmann Trophy at the end of the season. He should be home and hosed now with €1,700 to his name. Lukasiak, who finished 3rd on countback last year. Title for him would put him up to number 4. He would be €1,300 off the top 2 spots with 2 events to go, so not mathematically out of the equation, but certainly a big ask going into that final weekend to make up that gap. Ursland with a bit of time on his side here. He looks to get his first leg. He tees up 8-8 when he comes back. Lukasiak applies the pressure with a 140. The pressure pays off because Ursland has busted his score. So Lukasiak should get 2 darts at a double here to take a 3-0 lead. Lukasiak is running away with it here. That's a double breaker throw for the PDC tour card holder. Halfway to a place in today's final. On the outside boards, we did see Anton Ursland beat the number 1 seed Core Decker in the quarterfinals. He raced off to a 3-0 lead in that game before being pegged back to 3-3. Went 5-3 up before getting over the line, a 6-4 winner. Won it with a 120 finish against the throw in that 10th leg. His back is against the wall here in this semi-final. The only other time Ursland has appeared in a semi-final on this tour was, as I say, back in 2023, 3 years ago, where he lost out 6-3 to Daniel Larson. Since then, he's had a bunch of quarterfinals. We have seen him play a few of the Euro tours as well, including a couple this year. Busy at 26, just easing the pressure a little bit on Oskar Lukasiak, who would have felt his throw was being put under threat here in this leg. Let's get down to a finish, but Ursland with a big effort here. Fancy coming back to take out whatever he leaves. Halves his score with a ton. Barring a big finish here from Oskar Lukasiak, should get a go at it. Ton for Lukasiak and Ursland to avoid being brushed first and foremost in this semi-final. He's made a bit of a mess of that. Went for the treble 16 to leave the double. Lukasiak, can he punish him again? There's 2 darts missed for a 4-0 lead. You feel like this now or never for Anton Ursland. If he's going to get into this semi-final, needs to take out this 54. And he's going 18 for double. Two darts missed for 1 ton. Kasiak coming back with 3 darts at double 2. 4-0 lead. Kasiak is offering an olive branch here to Anton Östlund. Should be home and host in this leg. And Östlund does get over the line in the end. He gets one of those breaks, a throw back. Still a break behind. But 4-0 down in a race to 6 would have been a long way back. We have seen a 4-0 lead overturned in the semi-finals this weekend by Benjamin Drew Royce. He was 4-0 down to Victor Tingstrom yesterday and rattled off 6 straight legs to win and then win the title. Östlund has given himself a little bit of a foothold in this semi-final by winning that leg. You want to follow the other semi-final that is now underway on the outside boards. Daniel Larsson, the new number 1 on the rankings as of about 20 minutes, half an hour ago. He is up and running against yesterday's champion Benjamin Drew Royce. Royce looking to complete the double this weekend. Larsson looking to make a big step towards qualifying for the World Championship in those top 2 spots in the rankings. Maximum for Lekasiak gets him down to a big finish. Östlund, after surviving a bunch of darts from Lekasiak to go 4-0 up in the last leg, could be about to be broken again here. He's down to 161 as well. But perhaps more importantly, Lekasiak will get the first go at it. Finds one big treble. This for a 4-1 lead for Lekasiak. Options here. And he made a bit of a mess of it, but he eventually gets a dart at double 12. Looking for treble 14 for double 10. And Östlund almost rescues it on double 18 there. All missed doubles for Lekasiak. They're mounting up. Could potentially be 5-0 up in this game. Keeps handing out lifelines to Anton Östlund, and he's taken another one. And his back-to-back legs for 1 ton. From 3-0 down, he's got it back to 3-2. Lekasiak still with that breaker throw in his back pocket, which he will need if he is going to win this semi-final, with Östlund winning the ball. So he knows that 3 holes of throw will get him over the line, will get him into his 2nd final of the season, give him a chance to win a 3rd title. He has won a title in each of the last 2 years on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. These 2 players are very familiar with each other. They've been competing against each other on this tour for a few years now. When they've met on the Pro Tour, Lekasiak has won on all 3 occasions, but Östlund, he has had a couple of wins against Lukasiak in Q School and Euro Tour qualifiers. He's not been able to get a win against him in these events. And that 180 has got him back into the leg here. Lukasiak has got 6 darts from 161. He doesn't put in a decent visit. That treble, very helpful indeed. What can Ursland leave here to put some pressure on? Not a bad effort. He's down to a 2-digit finish as well. Lukasiak with the first go at this 76. It'll be 1 dart at double 18. Goes outside. Huge chance this for Anton Ursland. Minimum dart at the ball. Just outside. Dart missed for parity. Lukasiak. 3 darts in hand at double 18. One of his preferred doubles. And that is exactly why. Lukasiak holds his serve. It's a 4-2 lead. 2 legs away from a place in the final. On the outside boards, Daniel Larsson running away with it against Benjamin Drew Royce. 3-0 up, averaging 101. Larsson has thrown some excellent stuff today. He's had a 96 average in the last 16. A couple other 80 plus, high 80 averages in there as well. Looks to be a man on a mission today. Ursland, very solid leg on throw here. As long as he can keep holding his throw. Still believe that he's got a chance here, but time is running out for him. To overturn this deficit. Down to 88 after just 9 darts. Best leg of the match so far has come from the man trailing. You'll know he needs to produce something like this on the Lukasiak throw if he is going to level up this semi-final. Plenty of time to get this 88 taken out. Well, that wasn't the best set-up shot there. Didn't need to entertain trying to hit the ball. Need to just thought 3 big singles, get me down to a double of my choice. Happy days, but he's going to have to use a dart to get down to that double. Two darts missed at tops for Ursland. Lukasiak produce a big finish here. Very nearly taking out the 148. Excellent effort. Ursland's heart would have been in his mouth there as those 2 treble 20s left. Lukasiak a dart at double 14. Chasing around the board now. Ursland has fluffed his lines here in this leg. Lukasiak to go 1 away from a place in the final. Going straight for that double 7. He's ended up in the wrong bed. Busts his score. Ursland coming back for 2 darts at double 2 to close to within a leg again. More missed chances for Ursland. Lukasiak persisting with that double 7. Real mess at the end of that leg for both players, but it is Anton Ersland that has won it. Closes the gap to just a single leg once again. Kasiak still just 2 legs away from a place in the final. Ersland, this is as close as he's got to a final on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. He lost his only other semi-final 6-3. He's got to 3 legs again today. Still work to do if he is going to make that next jump, get to his first final on the tour. Time running out to get that breaker throw back. He kicks off the leg with 2 trebleless visits. Kasiak goes trebleless himself. He's opened the door for Ersland if he can put in a big score. Some 40 or a 180. But he matches him with a 60. Real nervy leg this one, and you can feel the importance of it. It's either going to be 5-3 to Kasiak or 4 legs apiece at the end of it. Both players know this passage of play could be crucial in determining the outcome of this semi-final. Kasiak back, finding 1 treble visit. Ersland does the same. Not much between them, but Kasiak on throw should get down to a finish first in this leg. And that's a pretty decent setup shot there from Kasiak. He leaves single to double when he comes back. Ersland starting downstairs. Picks off 1 treble. Oscar Kasiak, the big favourite here, to move 1 leg away from a place in the Pro Tour 10 final. 2 darts at tops. Only 1 dart is needed. The current PDC Tour card holder opens up a 5-3 lead. He's 1 away from a place in the final. Anton Ersland is going to need to hold, break and hold if he is going to break new ground and get through to his first final on the Pro Tour. The other semi-final, Daniel Larsson raced into that 3-0 lead against Benjamin Drew Royce, yesterday's Pro Tour champion. Larsson has been pegged back to 3-2 in that game. The winner of that will play the winner of this in our final in Oslo. And Kasiak is eyeing up, getting this semi-final wrapped up in this leg. Ton 40 followed by a ton. Ersland with a ton 40. Trebleless visit for Kasiak. Just 3 points separate the 2 players in this leg. Ersland with a maximum to leave double 12. Perfect timing from 1 ton. You can find that little burst over the next 5 minutes or so. That could be enough to get him into this final. Double 12 to keep this semi-final alive. And his 3 darts missed, and Kasiak now has got a match-winning chance. And this 102 stays on the 20s. He liked the lie of it. Would have left a tricky double 11. Does switch to that treble 14 with the last dart and hits it. Perhaps should have gone for its second dart. Ersland now clean up. And Lekasiak now has got 3 match starts to get himself into the final. And he does just that. It is semi-final disappointment again for Anton Östlund. He knocked out the #1 seed Kordecker in the quarterfinals to make the semi-finals for just the second time in his career and the first time in 3 years. But it ends in a 6-3 defeat to Oskar Lekasiak, the player that has won a title in 2024 and 2025. He's into his second final of the season, and he's going to get a chance to win his 3rd career title on the tour. Lekasiak marches on into the final, and he will take on either Daniel Larsson or Benjamin Drew Royce. The final coming up in a little while's time. Larsson currently 4-3 up on Royce in that semi-final. You can follow it along on Dartsconnect, and we'll be back live with the final very shortly. It's final time here in Oslo, the final of Pro Tour 10 on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour for 2026. And we've got ourselves a battle of the Swedes. Daniel Larsson taking on Oskar Lukasiak for the Pro Tour 10 title. It is the PDC Tour card holder, Oskar Lukasiak, to get us underway in this final. That's with all the matches on the Pro Tour from the first round right through to the final. It is the best of 11 legs, first to 6. Both of these players well used to winning titles on this circuit. Daniel Larsson, last time out in Gothenburg in our most recent weekend, back in May, winning the Pro Tour 8 title, which took his career tally on this tour to 9 titles. He is the most successful Swede in the history of the PDC Nordic and Baltic. His opponent here, Oskar Lukasiak, he opened his account a couple of years ago on this tour, doubled his tally last year, made the final of Pro Tour 2 earlier this year, back in the final again, as he looks to win the title for a 3rd consecutive year. Good counting there from Larsson to lead the big fish. What a start that would be to this final. Potential breaker throw in the opening leg, if he can take out the biggest checkout in the game. It's not going to be reeled in the opening leg. At first start, a real blocker. And Larsson comes for cover, picks off another treble 19. Coming back now to take this opening leg against the throw. Will be 20 for tops. Lukasiak to hold his throw. Big 18 for a dart at tops. He goes low. Larsson missed the big number on his previous visit. Finally gets a dart at tops and hits it. The earliest of breaks goes to Daniel Larsson, who today has gone top of the rankings in the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Kordecker, the Sheriff, the long-time leader, at the top of the rankings this year. Quarter-final defeat to Anton Östlund. Larsson's run to the semi-finals was enough to see him go ahead on countback. Now an extra €300 for making this final has put him clear at the top. At the start of the weekend, it was Decker and Larsson that occupied the top 2 spots. At the end of the season, whoever is in that top 2 will qualify for the PDC World Darts Championship. And it is still Decker and Larsson. But it is Larsson at number 1, Decker at number 2. And Larsson has a pretty decent lead over 3rd place Gianni Evisto now. €1,200 heading into this final. If he can pocket this title today, he'll head into that final weekend of the season at the end of September with a €1,700 buffer. With just 2 events left to go, he will be on the cusp of a place in the World Championship. It would be a return to the Palace of Darts for the first time in 4 years. And when I tell you who Daniel Larsson played in his last match at the World Championship, you might think it was a little bit longer. His last opponent at Ali Pali was none other than the 2-time back-to-back world champion, Adrian Lewis. Ton check out here for Larsson. to double his lead. And that is a 2-0 lead for Daniel Larsson. His average creeping up into the high 90s. There's a big gap in the averages after just 2 legs. Larsson has taken firm control of this final, breaking the opening leg and holding in 15 darts. Been such a consistent year on the tour for Larsson, which you would come to expect from a player that is top of the rankings, but so far, before today, he'd won a title in Pro Tour 8. He made another final in Pro Tour 7. Before then, 4 semi-finals, 1 quarter-final and 2 last 16s. He has cashed in all of the Pro Tour events so far this year. He is the only player to have done that in 2026, and that is a big reason why he finds himself at the top of the rankings and well on track to get to the World Championship this year. As for his opponent, Oscar Lukasiak, someone that has continued to climb the rankings in the Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour, as Larsson hits a 180 against the throw. Lukasiak, 2 years ago, finished 4th on the rankings. Last year, finished 3rd on countback. He's currently in 5th spot, but a title here would put him up to number 4. The top 2 probably out of reach now, but he'll want to finish as high as he can. Another excellent visit there for Daniel Larsson as he looks to get a double breaker throw and really take firm control of this final. Lukasiak not down to a finish. So Larsson has got the luxury of 6 darts from 62. 1 dart missed at tops, but he will come back with 3 more at it to take a 3-0 lead and be halfway to the finish line. Lukasiak down to a finish now, but he's got to hope that Larsson misses, and that is not a game plan I would advocate. Daniel Larsson 3-0 up here. He's taken firm control of this final. It's been a good weekend for him here in Oslo. Semi-finalist yesterday, as I mentioned. Losing out 6-3 to Teemu Harju. Today, he's been in real good form. Kicked off the day with a trio of 6-0 wins against Tommy Benfin, Patrick Hansen and Valters Melderis. Was then pushed all the way to a last leg decider by Jonas Gravesen, who did lead 3-1 and 5-4 in that match. We don't know whether Gravesen had a match start at the 1-4-4 in the decider. Larsson did come through that 1-6-5. Then got the better of yesterday's champion, Benjamin Drew Royce, 6-3 to make it into this final. It's looking well on course to take the title here. That 140 halving his score, getting him down to a finish after 9 darts. Lukasiak picks off that treble 17 to leave the 170. Larsson with the first poke at a big finish in this leg. No big trebles a hit, but barring a big shot here from Lukasiak, we'll come back to have a look at that 80 for a 4-0 lead in a race to 6 in this final. Should get 1 dart if he can stay straight. He had to go the 25 ball route there. And that dart looks like it might have fell out of the ball. I'm not quite sure. I can't see from my angle here. Kasiak gets a go at the ball and hits the ball. How big could that be? Larsson, one dart at the ball for a 4-0 lead. Kasiak shows him where it is, takes out the 87 on the ball. Just a glimmer of hope for Oscar Kasiak here in this final. That dart may well have fell out of the ball, we're not quite sure. We don't have any action replays yet on this stream. Oscar Kasiak's weekend, he's had a very good weekend up to this point. Quarter-finalist yesterday. Lost out to Jonas Maslin. Beat Jonas Maslin, I should say, 6-3 in the last 16. Lost by the same scoreline to the eventual champion, Benjamin Drew Royce. And then today, wins over Bent Lambertson, Andreas Ulgårdhus, Jonas Sorensen, Petri Rasmus and Anton Östlund has got him into this final. Still a break of throw behind. If he can hold his throw here. We'll give Daniel Larsson plenty to think about. Good visit there from Oscar. It's going to come back at this 68 to close the gap to 1. Tops left and he'll expect to come back. With 3 darts at tops for Oscar Kasiak to close the gap to just 1 in this final. Searching round the board. 3 darts missed. Daniel Larsson may end up having to go for the bull again here. Doesn't. Treble 17 followed by the double 16. It's a 4-1 lead for the new number 1. Averaging 93. There's a 12-point gap in the averages, but Oscar Kasiak had chances in that last leg to be just a leg behind in this final. So Larsson just 2 legs away from reaching double figures for titles on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. Just 4 players have won double figures in terms of titles. Kim Viljanen, Mados Rasma, Darius Labanauskas and Marco Cantila. Daniel Larsson, 2 more legs and he'll join that exclusive club. He'll be the first player from Sweden to do so. And perhaps more importantly, he'll put himself in such a good position at the top of the rankings with 2 events left to go this season to get back to the World Championship, get back to the Palace of Darts. Decent start to this leg against the throw for Kasiak though. He won't be giving up hope just yet. Producing a late fight back. We did see that from one of his opponents, Petri Rasmus, in the quarterfinals, where he saw leads of 4-0 and 5-1 almost blown out the window. Rasmus getting it back to 5-4 before Lekasiak did get over the line. Larsson's throw is in danger here. Another bounce out there. Denies him a potential maximum. Lekasiak a chance to get a break back here. It's a good setup to leave 36. He'll hope to get a go at that in a moment. Two breaks a throw behind Oscar Lekasiak. Can he get one of those breaks back here? Double 18. That is the first part done for Oscar Lekasiak. And the last time he broke the Daniel Larsson throw, he was immediately broken back in the next leg. Can't afford to do that now. If he gets broken here, Larsson will throw for the match at 5-2. Got to get this leg as well to have any hope of winning this title. He's made a solid start here. 2 treble visit. Larsson coming up dry in return. We'll give a mention to our next weekend of action. It is the season finale in terms of Pro Tours. We've got Pro Tours 11 and 12 coming up in Tallinn, weekend in Estonia. That will be at the end of September, the 26th to the 27th. Get those dates in your diary if you haven't already. And following those 2 Pro Tour events, the top 2 players, which as things stand is Daniel Larsson and Kordeka. The top 2 will qualify for the PDC World Championship. The top 24 will be heading to Denmark for the second staging of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Championship. They'll be competing for the Jan Hoffman Trophy. Teemu Harju, the current holder of that title. That tournament also carries a spot at Ali Pali, and for the first time the Grand Slam of darts. So a big weekend to finish the season. More details for that event will follow in the next week or so, I'm told. So do keep an eye on the PDC Nordic and Baltic socials if you're not already. Give them a follow. We'll be finding out more details about that event. It was such a great weekend to be a part of last year. I know it's going to be even bigger this year, and looking at the potential field of players that we've got in it this year as well, I think we're in for a very exciting weekend of darts. So keep an eye out for that. Oscar Lekasiak here coming back for double 10 to close to within a leg of Daniel Larsson. Double 10 is found, so from 3-0 and 4-1 down, Oscar Lekasiak is now just a leg behind Daniel Larsson here. But this, you feel, is the big leg. Daniel Larsson with the throw. He holds his throw here. He's 1 away with just 3 to play. If Oscar Lekasiak can take it against the throw, we have ourselves a level game. And Lekasiak will throw first in 2 of the potential last 3 legs. Big moments coming up in this final now. And you see the averages, there was a big gap between the 2 players a few legs ago. Well, now there's barely anything to choose between them, is there? Couple of 1 treble visits for Lekasiak. Gives him a slight advantage against the throw. But back comes Daniel Larsson. Well, we'd be surprised that none of them have found the treble. All around it, just not inside it. Lekasiak again picking off a treble from the visit. We've not had one big shot in this leg. Larson again. Trebles have dried up for him in the last few minutes. Reminder that Larson did miss a dart at the ball for a 4-0 lead. Lekasiak took out 87 on the ball to get off the mark. He has won 3 of the next 4 legs. He is down to a finish here. And he's going to get 6 darts from 135 this to level up this final. That's gone 3 points ahead in the averages as well in this leg. You can see the momentum really has changed, and Lekasiak teeing up tops when he comes back. Things have unravelled here for Daniel Larson, the new #1 on the rankings. Lekasiak has levelled up this final from 3-0 and 4-1 down. The current PDC tour card holder has battled back. He's won the last 3 legs. We have ourselves a best of 3 to determine who will lift the Pro Tour 10 title. Are we going to see Lekasiak win his 3rd title in as many years? Or are we going to see Larson double up for this year and get to double figures for all-time titles? Will he get his 10th title? He's got a bit of work to do. He now needs to break the Lekasiak throw either in this leg or in a potential decider. And he would not have expected that 5 minutes ago when he was leading 4-1. Larson does find a treble, not the one he wanted. So this comeback from Lekasiak is really starting to gain a lot of traction now. Could be about to go in front for the first time. There's the 180. He's going to have all the time in the world to get this leg wrapped up here. Oscar Lekasiak. He's got 2 visits minimum to go in front for a 4th leg on the spin. What a comeback it's been. He'll settle for that. Single to double when he comes back. Larson needs at least 2 big trebles to get down to a finish. Finds the 2 trebles, but again a bounce out. That has cost him leaving a finish, but will it be costly like the bounce out on the bull earlier? I'm not so sure. Two darts missed for Lekasiak. Larson would have come back with a potential finish here. Instead, just got to try and leave something and hope his opponent misses. And he's not going to. Oscar Lekasiak, 4 legs on the spin. He takes the lead for the first time in this final. He leads 5-4. He is 1 leg away from picking up his 3rd title, the 1st of the year. And it's another bounce out for Daniel Larson. They're racking up for him in this final. It's hard not to get frustrated. You've had such a good lead in the final. Then you've got the darts falling out the board. Lekasiak can sense he's got his man exactly where he wants him in this final. It's another low-scoring visit for Larson. Lekasiak will look to jump all over that. Follow up that 137 with another decent visit. Goes without a treble, but he has got a good lead in this leg against the throw. Larson is being forced to find big visits like that, the 140. Kasiak, you'd expect to start on the 19s. So 140 wouldn't leave a finish, but it's academic in the end. He's opened the door for Larson here on his throw to regain control. But again, he's returned the favour to his opponent. Kasiak knows he's got 6 darts, potentially 9 darts from 259. Get this title won. Can't quite find a way through to find a treble. Larson chasing round the board to find another treble, and he does that. He's down to a finish first in this leg. What can Oscar Lekasiak leave in reply? It's a brilliant first dart. Excellent darts from Oscar Lekasiak. He's potentially 2 darts away from the title, unless Daniel Larson can take out this 104. Starting on the 19s. 1 dart at tops, and he takes it. We are going all the way in this Pro Tour 10 final. What a final it's been. Daniel Larson led 3-0 and 4-1. Oscar Lekasiak reeled off 4 legs to go in front and go a leg away. He was sat waiting on 60 for the title, and Larson takes out a 104. So it is going to be 1 leg to determine our Pro Tour 10 champion here in Oslo. Maximum for Daniel Larson. Brilliant start to this decider. Doesn't know how many visits he's going to get against the throw, but kicking off the leg with a 180, you can't ask for much more than that. Kasiak with back-to-back tons. The advantage, though, is with the man who started second, Larson, with that maximum, giving himself the initiative here. But he's handed it straight back, that visit of 45. The 180 came at the right time. The 45, I don't think there's ever a good time at that. Certainly the worst time. Another 1 big treble visit for Lekasiak. He's chipping away at his score. Larson, another trebleless visit. 2 of them to follow the 180. That maximum's keeping him in this leg now, whereas about a minute ago it had put him in control. What's the setup shot going to be like for Lekasiak? It's a pretty good one. 68 left after 12 darts. Daniel Larson may not get a go at what he leaves here, because you expect Lekasiak to get at least 1 match dart and 1 title dart. And it's going to be at tops. And Oscar Lekasiak is back in the winner's circle on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. He won his first title in 2024, his second in 2025, and now he has completed a hat-trick of titles on this circuit. He denies Daniel Larson, the new #1 on the rankings, from winning his 10th title of his career. Larson, though, still in pole position for the World Championship. Lekasiak back winning titles again. He has won his 3rd title. He has beaten Daniel Larson in a last leg decider by 6 legs to 5. Thank you very much for joining us this weekend. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage on the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour. We'll be back at the end of September for our final Pro Tour weekend of the season in Tallinn. Until then, we'll see you very soon.